President Corzo, go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are calling to order at 5:30 p.m. and we will be recessing to closed session for items 2.1, review non-public school, non-public agency contracts for the 2020-2021 school year, Government Code 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative, Dr. Joan Rosas, employee org, SMETA, CSEA, and/or SMEA, Government Code 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and Government Code 54957, public employee performance goals evaluation, Superintendent. If these discussions are not completed before 6:30 p.m., the closed session will continue following the regular meeting. Thank you.
Okay, President Corzo, go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are reconvening to our regular meeting with nothing to report out of closed session, and we will be doing our roll call. Trustee Chin.
Here.
Trustee Hitchcock. Trustee Hitchcock.
Here.
Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And sorry, that's my dog. And I am here as well, Trustee Corzo. Let the record reflect all trustees are in attendance. Moving on to approval of agenda for October 22nd, 2020.
Motion to approve.
A second.
Roll call vote, Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything there.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes from me as well. The motion carries. Moving on to approval of minutes for October 3rd study session, September 29th school visitation, and September 24th regular meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of October 3rd study session, September 29th school visitations, and the regular meeting on September 24th.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes from me as well. The motion carries. I do just want to remind everyone, if you need translation, please raise your hand now. We do have Spanish translation available. I do see one hand up, I believe, for translation. Si ocupan traducción, por favor levanten la mano y por favor empujen el botón que dice traducción. Va a haber un símbolo de como un mundo. Gracias. Okay, moving on to public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Please limit your statements to 3 minutes. And I do just want to remind folks that we do have both reopening and a distance learning update on the agenda. So if you want to speak to those items, please hold your comments for when that comes up.
Okay, so those for, again, non-agenda items that would like to make public comment, please raise your hand now using the feature raise your hand within Zoom, and we'll call on you individually. Okay, first up, we have Julie, and then after, and then my apologies if I'm mispronouncing it, is it Lever? After that. President Corzo, 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Julie.
Hi there. Good evening. I won't need 3 minutes. I just want to, in this moment, let you know that SMETA members are very excited to support the gala this weekend, and our executive board made something for the mock talk. I'm not sure, but I do want to say on behalf of the teachers, we really appreciate the board and the Ed Foundation putting effort into this event, knowing that it's going to support our children, and also to perhaps apologize in advance for what you will see. We are trying to pass off as a mock talk on the evening of the gala. So with that, again, appreciation and looking forward to seeing everyone in a really spectacular event. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next we have Lever, and then afterwards will be Randy. And again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing the name. Lever. You may need to unmute yourself or grant Zoom permission to use your microphone. Oh, hand has been lowered. Okay. All right, next we'll bring up Randy.
Hi, good evening. Last month, Americans found out that our president had been less than forthcoming with us about his knowledge of the seriousness of COVID-19 and its methods of transmission, which is primarily airborne. The president said that he wanted to play it down because he didn't want to create a panic. He also has been quick to shift blame and responsibility. So why were these revelations so shocking and such a betrayal? Because we expect our leaders to be honest and transparent with us, even through and especially during difficult situations. So as you all know and are experiencing, we are in a difficult situation and have been for the good part of this year. Most of us come to this online venue tonight because we must meet children's needs in some sort of capacity. All of us have complexities to our lives beyond the educational components of the children that bring us to this meeting. All of us have risk factors. We have relationships and dependencies that influence our own personal risk assessment and tolerance in this pandemic. And so I say all of this to say it's vitally important to have real data to inform how each of us assesses our personal risk and the risk to our dependents. I haven't been able to find real quantitative outcome data, that is, data with numerators and denominators, data with dates about daycares, about summer programs and sites for a district or for a county. As we look backwards at outcomes, forwards at our learning communities, and ahead at reopening plans, I urge the superintendent, the board, and the public to push for real accountability, not just feel-good sound bites, so that each of us can take that information into our own personal risk calculations. Even if it's not being required on the county level, do we need to then just shift the responsibility and not provide that on a district-wide level? I suggest that we can all operate best and with the most trust in a transparent and data-rich environment. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, next we have Marcella, and then after Marcella will be Jody. Marcella?
Hi, I'm not sure if this is the right place for it, but I did want to just document that in the middle of distance learning, in the middle of all of the challenges that we have had, I really, really want to send a note of appreciation to Abbott Middle School, to the teachers at Abbott, to the counselors at Abbott, My daughter transitioned from elementary school into middle school in the middle of all of this, and hearing her laugh in the morning with Maestra Figueroa and the passion that she's developing with the teachers that she has, I can't even imagine what actual school would look like, but they have managed to make the students feel cared for. They've managed to make the students feel like they're important. And I really needed to say that, because there are so many other issues and so many challenges that we're facing. But the fact that my daughter continues to be happy, even though she can't be with her friends and be where she wants to be, though I cannot imagine the amount of work that our teachers are doing. And I really wanted to just highlight that particular school and my daughter's particular experience. And so I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, next we have Jody, and then after Jody will be Alana. Jody?
Hi, my first time here, and let me premise by I'm very frustrated with everything going on in the situation. I have a student who is a 5th grader at Lead, and the distance learning thing has basically, he's learned 0% on that. And I'm very frustrated with not only county, but state as how we progress. I do have empathy for teachers, and I've spoken with the principal about what is going on. However, I feel like everybody is basically sidestepping how we can move forward on the situation, like where we can go. He has an ISP, and that's not working well. It seems like always schedules are confused, technology doesn't work, and I'm pretty techie, yet things just don't function well. And I don't want to blame, principals, teachers, individuals for what's going on, but I think we don't have a cohesive effort in where we're going to progress as far as things go. Because my 5th grader is basically at a 3rd grade level. He's going to go to 6th grade, and I'm trying to teach him multiplication right now myself, which I think I will be successful at, because Zern is not going to be successful for that. So our 6th grade teacher is going to teach 6th graders how to do 3rd grade math. That is something we need to figure out. I know like everybody here is like, we're all lost. But at the same time, we need to have like some kind of solutions. And like I said, I don't want to blame certain people. Like I talked to the principal, and he felt the same. One thing is like certain things, like we have PE online. PE online means we're sitting in our bedroom in pajamas watching a PE teacher jump around. I know it's like an old system of, kids had to get out and do PE. I understand that. But in this situation, is that really where we need to be, where we could spend that time in learning, basic things that we need to get past? I thank you all for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, President Corzo, we have no other public comment at this time.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4.2, public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. Moving on to 4.3, Foundation Committee reports.
I'll just go and say that the CDAC is having another meeting on the 27th at 7 p.m. And there's still space for you guys to sign up and join a committee.
I went to the communications committee meeting, I think yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And we went through the reopening plan that's going to be presented tonight. And we also talked about new student registration for next year. So parents can stay tuned that information will be coming soon.
At the Sanctuary Task Force meeting this afternoon, we talked about newcomers and how we can further help and provide more support for newcomer families who come to our district.
The Equity Task Force met earlier this week and kind of focused on some of the practices and protocols around as people transition off and interviewing, what is the composition going to be, how might that change, and just really kind of putting some of those more governance type pieces in place. In addition to that, looking ahead into the work that's going to be coming up next. So moving forward with the committee work that they've been, or the subcommittee work that they've been engaged in addition to thinking about how to incorporate some of the work that the board and the district are engaged in, specifically around the SRO resolution and how the task force will be involved in that. And just thinking, you know, holistically about how the task force can support kind of some of the work that's immediate and necessary, in addition to the subcommittee work that they're engaged in. So more to come on that. In addition, I believe we met with the city of San Mateo since our last board meeting, and we spent quite a bit of time at that meeting talking a little bit about, we're talking a lot about our gala that's happening tomorrow and the ways that the city has already supported the work, ways that they can continue to support that work, and kind of looking ahead to what that might entail. And then Trustee Corzo, help me out. I feel like I have other things. I'm trying to remember about learning hubs and kind of where they are with their learning hubs, the fact that we're going to be opening learning hubs, and just kind of getting a pulse on that work, how we again can support one another to engage in, or just best support our students. They have recently made or renewed their commitment to continue the learning hub that they have open at the King Center, with additional resources behind that they are funding. And feel free to jump in if there's something I forgot.
I feel like there might have been like one or two other things, but those were definitely the bulk of our meeting. Yeah, everyone already covered the ones that I'm a part of. So let's move on to announcements.
I wanted to just make a Foster City announcement. This past week, the Foster City, the city broke ground on the levee improvement project. So just wanted to remind everybody that this is a 3-year construction project, and parts of the trail will be closed throughout different points of time. I know that Bowditch is pretty much right on the trail. I don't know when that's scheduled to happen, but I just wanted to make everyone aware that that's happening.
As you've heard about a few times, the Education, and 4 months now, the Education Foundation Gala is tomorrow night. The pre-show begins at 6:30. The actual program will begin at 7 p.m. It will last from 7 to 8, and then there will be an after party from 8 to 8:30 because an hour isn't a lot of time. So, you know, there's been so many people involved in this work over the past couple of months. Incredible support from our community, both San Mateo, Foster City, our small businesses, our bigger developers, just across the board, lots of support. And we would love to see our community show up to support that and to support our kids. This is, you know, going to support us in raising the funds that we need to continue to provide an enriching and enhancing experience for all of our kids, and to have that come, you know, by way of the district. If you are looking for more information, you can go to the San Mateo Foster City Education Foundation website. You can also go to the Facebook page. There's information there about how to register through Greater Giving. Registration is still open, so please register. Our silent auction is open. There's some incredible items that are in the silent auction some of which have been put together by some of our school sites, again, donations from local businesses, and donations from our district staff as well. So lots of folks that have been supporting this work, and lots of really exciting items there. You will get, when you register, you'll get information about some of the things that will be available in our live auction, which is really exciting packages there. So if you're dreaming up beaches, just saying, there might be a little something for you. And then we have some really incredible guest speakers coming. So we have Congresswoman Spiro that will be joining us to kick us off. Both of our mayors from both of our cities, in addition to some of our other elected officials, as you heard from our SMETA president, Julie MacArthur. They have a nice surprise for us and some really great mock talk competition videos and pet costumes and trivia and prizes. So you can show up in your PJs, you can get dressed up so no one's going to see you, but you know, if you just want to get dressed up just for you, that's fine. It'll be a lot of fun, and we're hoping to raise a lot of money for our kids. So if you have questions, you can reach out to me directly via my email address on the district website. And Trustee Hitchcock, let me know if I'm forgetting anything, but we hope to see you all there. If you haven't registered, go do it right now.
Yeah, go register. There's really awesome things there. And the website is smfcedfund.ggo.bid. So it's, I'm sure you guys all wrote that down right now. We look forward to having you tomorrow. It's going to be good.
I'll just read a couple updates or announcements from the county. We get updates every Wednesday from the county regarding the county's COVID-19 response. One update or announcement I wanted to make was thanking the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. They have expanded their public Wi-Fi pilot program to now include the city of San Mateo and parts of San Mateo. So that directly affects our district and the San Mateo Unified High School District, whereby there will be additional resources for us to provide Wi-Fi for or internet services to our families as we are still in distance learning. Secondly, I wanted to let everybody know that the county now has officially been able to work out a deal for testing the youth. Children from the age from 5 to 17 can now be tested at the county event center. They have their own dedicated lane to test families and children. So if you want to, please go ahead and get tested. They are open from 1 to 8 p.m. and there is, you just have to register online first to make an appointment. You know, the idea for us to move any further from our current color of orange, from red to orange and then to yellow is the county has opened up a lot more testing. Originally, we were only able to test 1,000 people or tests a day in some ways, or a week. I believe now it's up to 10,000. And so the county is trying to publicize that there are no symptoms needed. You don't need to feel sick. If you want to go get tested, feel free to go to the county event center and get tested. So that's all.
And
Thank you, everyone. Sorry,
I was just gonna throw in, because you wrote all those letters down for the gala website, something easier is just go to our district homepage and there's information there on how to register. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for your announcements. Joan, did you have an announcement?
Mm-hmm. I do. When working through our minutes from the September 24th board meeting, we noticed a discrepancy. During board item 9.1 Measure X update, Trustee Chin asked a clarifying question about the potential Burrell Middle School project and whether the referenced $89 million on the slides would come from potential new money in November. Staff incorrectly said yes, that the 89 million would come from new funds, but it should have been stated that of the 89 million, 19.5 million comes from Measure X, and the rest would come from potential new funds. So I bring this up because I wanted to correct the record. Now, in other news, I thought you might like to hear about some of the professional development opportunities that staff have engaged in recently. In elementary school, the focus for Wednesday PDs is math. The Math TOSA team is engaging all the K-5 elementary staff, both general ed and special education staff, for about 1.5 to 2 hours on math routines, assessments, and instruction specific to distance learning. The site leaders then have approximately 1 to 1.5 hours to engage staff in site-specific professional learning. Next Wednesday, we are collaborating with the San Mateo County Office of Ed to hold PD for the preschool SDC teachers on counting collections. Many of you will remember seeing that in visitations to the site when we used to go. It is a district-wide strategy to support all students with building early mathematical foundations. Now in middle school, the math team has been focusing on developing assessments and guidance for a scope and sequence for Math Nation's units of study based on the work of Achieve the Core. And a special thank you to the teachers who worked over the break to really dig into this work. In addition, the math team has created specific professional learning and support for the RSP and special day class teachers by offering an optional training that was held before break. And the video was created so that you could go back to it, or if someone missed it, they could go to it. We're now working on a request from our SDC teachers to help align the Math Nation units across grade levels and support aligning ST Math, the units with Math Nation. So coming up is math focused PD for all of our middle school math teachers, both special ed and general ed, around the scope and sequence and assessment work and ST training for special education staff. Now, I also want to be sure that our community knows that the child nutrition department is setting up a package of 7 days worth of breakfasts and lunches for the week of Thanksgiving break. They will be passed out from our sites where we regularly pass out our meal delivery, our meal service on November 20th. So please be aware that those will be available. We also would like you to know that we finalized the bond refinancing that you had approved us to go forward with. It was done yesterday, and the final savings for our taxpayers ended at just over $1,300,000. Supervisor Carol Groom, just as Trustee Chin mentioned, has been working to expand the countywide connectivity program to our district. And Peter Kazanis, Director of IT, and I have a meeting tomorrow to learn more about that project. So this could be of real support to our students and families working in this virtual environment. And I'll bring more forward as I know it. I want to also point out that a community listening session has been scheduled for November 2nd from 6 to 8 o'clock to listen and learn the needs of our students around school safety and the role of police in the schools. This flyer has been developed and will be sent out in my newsletter following this board meeting. So I wanted you to be aware of that and hold the date, November 2nd, 6 to 9. Now, I will save the rest of my remarks for the reopening plan, which follows the consent items. Thank you.
Dr. Rosas, I think in your first announcement you said Burrell, and I think you meant Bowditch. So I just wanted to make sure that that was.
It's absolutely.
Just so you don't have to
related.
recorrect this again.
No, I won't have to. I don't want to correct the record again. It is Bowditch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was your superintendent report out, correct, Sean?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion. unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time.
I would like to pull 2 for discussion. 512 and 533. And unless other folks have ones they want to move, I'm happy to make a motion to approve with the exception of those 2.
I'll second roll that other than 5.1.2 and 5.3.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Yep. Yes.
Trustee Park.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes from me as well. The motion carries. Moving on to item 5.1.3. Was it 3?
5.1.2.
5.1.2.
Yeah, I was just hoping that we could just provide a little bit more insight just for the community around this one in particular. I know that we've talked quite a bit in our special education updates around NPA and NPS contracts and the work that we're doing around that. And so I think it would just be helpful to give a little bit more insight in terms of kind of where we are in terms of positions, how we've gotten to this place. I know that we've made some progress in this area in terms of internal hires and kind of where we're looking to go next. I think that might just be helpful to provide a little bit of insight just for the community because it has been a topic that we've discussed frequently.
Would Sarah and Sue like to respond, because it's the combination of the two of you that are working on this project of bringing more and more of these positions in-house, and you've made some progress. So you might want to talk about your postings and where we are at this present time.
Sure, I'd be happy to start. And the agencies that are listed in this particular consent agenda item are agencies that are providing us with classified level employees to fill positions working as classroom paraeducators or one-on-one paraeducators supporting behavior or academics in special education programs across the district. And as you know, recruiting and hiring special education positions is difficult and extremely difficult at the classified level. There's been we made a lot of progress this year with certificated staff, but not as much progress with classified staff. So these 4 agencies provide those. There are some staff from these agencies that have worked with us in previous years and continue to work with us, and so they are agencies that we do have a history with them.
And I just want to add that, yes, we've made some progress with certificated staff. Obviously, we did apply and was granted by this Commission on Teacher Credentialing a grant, the Local Solutions Grant, to prepare special education teachers. And we've offered that to our own staff. So there are classified staff, substitutes, and other people that are in the process of getting their credential with assistance through the grant. We've also developed partnerships with San Jose State to work on, creating a pipeline for speech and language pathologists. The classified positions, it is very difficult. There is a huge shortage of classified paraeducator positions. And so we're sort of looking at this from 2 fronts. One is we need to take a look at our positions and how can we recruit, and why is it that we, in what ways can we attract more classified paraeducators? So that's something that we are going to work on. As you know from the special education audit, the agency contracts are coming over to HR. And so we're working closely with special ed to reduce the number of agency contracts, hopefully build internal programs that will really support paraeducators, creating professional development, better collaboration, and possibly looking at creating some of these positions as in-house positions that are agency positions. Additionally, we also need to take a look at our process on, some of our classified paraeducators are one-on-one paraeducators, and are there ways that we can support students to be more independent so that they don't need to have the one-on-one support? And in what ways can we build a more robust program to support them at the school sites? And so that could be another way that we reduce the need for agency contracts.
Great. Thank you guys so much for sharing. I think it's helpful just to provide a little bit more context on this item. I don't know, does anybody have anything else? Otherwise, I can share a little bit about 533. It's essentially the same sort of point that, I know we're going to be opening up learning hubs for students within our district. And I know that we are now going to be contracting externally for that support. And so I think it would just be helpful to have a little bit more context around this particular organization and their selection and the ways in which they're going to be supporting our students, and again, why we're using an external service in this instance.
Sure. We've had a long partnership with Newton. They have provided after-school care at some of our school sites. And the reason that we are contracting out is that we have a large number of students that that need support in full-time distance learning. Although many of our students are being very successful, there are some students that are struggling, and many of them are our students with urgent needs. And so the Annex program, had staff. They were able to open 7 classes, which opened this week, in addition to the 14 that they already have open to support our students. We did try to work with internal staff, but a lot of them are performing duties already, and that we didn't have any extra staff per se to work in the learning hubs. And so, although we were able to find a couple of our own staff, that's the reason that we are contracting out for these services. So we will be opening 5 classes at Laurel, and they will have 3 elementary and 2 middle school classes to serve an additional 60 students. So we are working right now. We are planning to open hopefully 2 to 4 classes at Bayside, and really trying to use some of our own staff in that endeavor.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve those 2 items?
Motion to approve 5.1.2 and 5.3.3.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, Trustee Chen,
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock,
Yes.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and a yes from me. The motion carries. Moving on to item 6.1, reopening plan for the SMFC school district.
Thank you. I am going to talk about the reopening plan as far as a template that we have been required to complete and submit in order to go back to school in grade level groupings. So tonight's presentation is around that template, the template that needs to be turned in. And before we start into that plan, I just want to remind us of where we are. The San Mateo Foster City School District, since June, has had classrooms open following various guidelines that have changed over the past months. We have had preschool in, and presently we have 8 classes at Turnbull, 1 class at Fiesta, 1 at North Shoreview Montessori, and 1 at Parkside. We have also added the 14 annex classes. And as you just heard from Sue, we're adding more through this Learning Hub support. Our community partners have many of our students, both in San Mateo and in Foster City. And they have probably a couple hundred of our students, with about 100 in the San Mateo Park and Rec program. They're both at the King Center and also at the Beresford Senior Center. We are adding the support hubs, and I did want Sue to bring you up to date on that. So I am going to ask Sue if there were anything you wanted to kind of go through and add related to the learning hubs.
Thank you, Joan. You know, as I've mentioned, we are opening up classes. We had 7 classes start on Wednesday, and it was great to see our students. They were very, very happy to be there. The Annex program over at College Park is, their staff is in these classrooms with our students, and I visited a couple days this week, and it's been a great support. Students come in, they're able to be there most of the day, and they're provided with breakfast and lunch, and they're getting support in connecting to their classrooms, able to, you know, fully mask and following all of the social distancing and safety protocols. It's going very well. We're looking forward to the 5 classes now that the board has approved. I appreciate that. 5 classes opening at Laurel beginning on Monday. And then we look forward to opening classes at Bayside to support our students. I think it's going to be a great help for those children where they are having trouble connecting and accessing their education in full-time distance learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So we do have classes in, and we have had practice under various guidance documents. Now we are looking at the next step, which is basically grade level return. And I've been watching and talking regularly with superintendents and other folks in the county about their plans for reopening and timelines. So there are some private schools and charter schools in our area that are returning now. And there are 23 districts in the county. 3 of them are returning now. Now they're smaller, much smaller class size, smaller in total numbers, and do have much more flexible space to utilize. Now, the information that I have as far as the future, it could change even tomorrow. We're having a superintendent's meeting tomorrow, so we'll know more about what school districts are doing. But what I know right now is that 3 are targeting a November return, 8 are targeting a January return, 8 are still determining their return. And I've been unable to confirm with one district. So like I said, that could change tomorrow when I meet and learn more, but that gives you a sense. So I was asked if as we return, will we also still have distance learning? And you'll remember that we always did commit to having distance learning and also hybrid. And so we're working toward now dealing with our hybrid approach, our model. We are targeting a January 19th date with youngest children and SDC first, followed by staggered intervals, and most districts are using 2 to 3 weeks for the next grades to come on, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Now, middle school is still a work in progress. You're going to see in the reopening plan that they are requiring no more than 20 students in a cohort. We aren't even planning to do 20, but even if we could do 20, that still doesn't work for middle school. So it is still a work in progress. So we will have to write an addendum when we're ready to move something forward there. Now, you know that we've worked on planning since last May. We've gathered different kinds of information from guidance documents, what requirements are changing that need to be updated. So types of things we've looked at, of course, are the layouts of the physical space. We've actually made videos, cleaning protocols, testing protocols. I've had constant engagement with other districts and experts in the field, and the board, you folks have been on weekly elected calls to learn about latest updates. So we've tried to keep ourselves informed and to plan continuously since this started. And we will continue to do that. We need to now support each site as they develop their individual plans for return. So I'd like to address the template that was sent out this just a few weeks ago, that the county, the San Mateo County Office of Ed and the San Mateo County Public Health require. So this template has the pieces that they want to see. So it is not a complete implementation guide. It is not. It does not have the details that we will put into handbooks, both for staff and for families. That, and we've started those handbooks. We're just waiting for finalization of whether these things that we're submitting are correct. And then we can finalize more details. And we're working with our administrators, because they will have to have an implementation plan that may be slightly different at each school. So remember that tonight I'm reviewing the template that's required and needs to be submitted for a reopening. It's not an operational plan, and further information will come forward. Now, speaking about further information coming forward, you'll remember that we were in an emergency communication style there for a long time. And that was through the spring and through the summer, it was through early fall. We were in constant communication patterns. Now, we've been able to quiet down a bit on that, but I will tell you that those communication patterns will now be starting back up. You'll have a newsletter from me next week, and we will now be providing weekly updates again, and maybe even more than weekly as we work through the details, because as they say, the details matter. So let me show you what this plan requires. And I'm going to ask you for your approval of this plan so that I can submit it. The county would then review it, both County Office of Ed and Public Health, and determine whether they have what they need. And then they would approve this piece and we would keep moving on. So let's look at the table of contents, because this is what they are requiring. It's the next slide here. Yes. So these are the pieces that they ask us to address. And of course, first and foremost is health and bringing folks back to campus safely. So you'll notice that the predominant request from this template is, how do you keep people safe? So the first piece they really want to know about is cleaning and disinfecting. So let's go to that slide for a minute. We have an ongoing cleaning that is actually occurring now for frequently touched surfaces. School kitchens, of course, we've been providing meals since we closed down in March. So there's a cleaning that we do there. And we do have, our systems have MERV 11 filters that are changed every 4 months. Now we can, if the county says that they need to be changed more, we can do that. And in addition, we are purchasing standalone HEPA air filters that are the size, they're standalone, but they clear the size of our classrooms of air. Now, I did not put this in this plan right yet because I haven't seen them in the warehouse and I want to see them before I write them. But we can, I can easily add to the plan, but I have to get the plan started. So I just want to tell you about the HEPA filters. Obviously in the hybrid, we had added more cleaning. So there's more cleaning that was planned for Wednesdays and Friday, Saturday. So just a sample of what kind of cleaning, daily cleaning might look like is on our next slide. It just shows you kind of the types of things that are high touch surfaces. These are only examples, but this is the kind of thing that needs to be cleaned. And we'll use disinfecting products that are approved for use. Now, they do want to know about child nutrition. It's a very important piece, and we've reported on this for months and months about our grab and go meals, and that what we're doing right now with youth under 18 and that how they're available. Now, when we go into a hybrid, then we would provide those grab and go meals at the site. So you wouldn't go to school and then have to travel to another school to pick up your grab and go. Now, one of the things that's very important to them in this plan is the cohort size. As I've said to you, they're not going to support more than 20. They won't support 20 or more students. And we don't even want to go there. That's fine. So we write to them what our class sizes are and what we would be dividing the students into the stable cohorts of A and B groupings. So it wouldn't be all 24 students in a class would be coming one day. They would be split. And these are things we discussed ad nauseum over the summer and spring, summer, and into fall about what kind of a hybrid approach would we use. So let's show just some graphics that you will well recognize. The next one, it just shows how you split the students. And then it also shows, we put in the graphic of the schedule, which is next. And one of the things that I want to point out is that this was the plan that we had all agreed on and put forward as we were beginning this process. Now we have more information. We know more about what we're doing at this point in time. We've seen other models. So if there is an interest in changing this model, again, I can submit an addendum, but this was the one that was approved, so I'm submitting it with the plan at this time. This is our AABB schedule. So then I do want to point out again that middle school is still in full-time distance learning. And if we were able to change that in some way, we would submit an addendum. Now, I do want to go back to something that we had talked about many, many months ago, in that maybe we could do something in the way of field trip to the school or a small group coming in. Anything like that could be supported under the CDPH guidelines for bringing in students in small groupings, and or I can put in an additional request. So we will just watch and see and talk further about what we might be able to do for our middle school students. Now, entrance to school, the importance of entrance and exit is, of course, the amount of students going through an area at the same time. And also the fact that we need to do temperature checking. So we have to utilize a staggered bell schedule. and set up the physical distancing through the gates so that students don't come in great bunches to school. And it's the same for going out. We have to do that. Now, our wonderful Education Foundation is working on obtaining autonomous thermal scanners for each of our schools. And that way, they're a device by which you walk past it and it scans your temperature so that it's quick. It doesn't require a staff person to actually reach out and check the temperature on a gauge. It will automatically read it. So this is a very exciting project that I really appreciate that our Education Foundation thought about promoting. So we are looking at those, and we are also, there are several districts that have looked at and shared the contacts with me for vendors who provide an app that you put on your phone or your Chromebook, and it's a pre-screening app that you answer some questions before you even come to school. So, and then as you come to school, you show that you have taken the screener. So there's some pieces there that are exciting and coming. And then obviously once you're inside the school, if the hallways are not large enough to allow students to go on each side one way, we may have to designate one-way hallways. And we do have all of the material for sticking onto the ground to make arrows pointing the way that you go. And obviously schedules are going to make a big difference. Staggering in staggered recess, staggered exits, these will make a difference in any kind of hallway usage. So then the physical distancing in the classrooms, we have taken some pictures of classrooms, because we have different kinds of classrooms throughout our district. They're all different sizes and shapes. So we've gone into different types of classrooms and taken photos of how to set them up so that you've got your 6 feet. And student materials need to stay with the students, and the furniture. There may be some furniture that we actually want to remove so that there's just more space. So we have some of those videos ready to roll and ways to set up. Now bathrooms, of course, they want to know about how the restroom use is going to be managed. And that's on this next slide. You'll remember that one of the guidance documents that we had to study early on talked about bubbles if they were bubble cohort, during that period of time, they were only using one bathroom. Now it is that you have an area is assigned to a bathroom. So we would have the students assigned to their bathroom, and multiple cohorts can use the bathroom, but it also has to be regularly sanitized. Ensure that happens, and it will depend. Some bathrooms are excuse me, I have to plug in or we're going to lose me entirely. Here we go. Sorry. Some bathrooms will not be utilized by many classrooms. Some may be by more. So I did not put in a cleaning schedule in here because it will relate to individual schools and individual restrooms. So that is the information that is required about the restroom use. And then, of course, remember they talked about outside the playgrounds, that you have to utilize a staggered recess, different areas of play, and either the cohort has their own equipment or you have to clean the equipment. And we have done both. We've given cohorts their own equipment and or we've cleaned the equipment. So we do know ways to manage that. And so we'll, be working that out by sites. Now, a big piece of this whole project is, of course, ensuring that we have the protective equipment, the EPE. We have said that our face coverings would be worn by staff and students while they're on campus. And we basically have been doing that and will continue to do that. Now, I do realize that there are some staff who they feel that the students need to see their face, their mouth. And so you can use a face shield, but it has to have the drape. But it is some kind of face covering. And now this says it's available on campus, these pieces of equipment. They're actually in our warehouse right now. We have not distributed them because there's no place for it to go yet. People aren't there, but we have these things available. They're in our warehouse. They are also interested in knowing what the hygiene practices are and the signage. We're required to have all that signage on the front door. And actually, we were even visited by, there's teams now that go out and make sure that you have your signage. And we didn't even know we were going to be visited. So we've been visited and signage has to be posted. I've discussed the daily temperatures and if indeed a student has a temperature as they come, they have to go home. But should they actually fall ill during the day, you have to have a designated isolation space. And again, this is reinforcing what I've been talking about, that you need to stay home, be alert for symptoms, wear the face coverings, the hand washing needs to happen. And they do encourage it to be water. And we've been, we're seeking funding for more hand washing stations, but we're also looking at vendors and opportunities for additional hand washing stations, because we have learned through having our own classes that it takes some time to get students through hand washing. Now, one of the things that's more important than probably anything is ensuring people know what to do. So we have been doing training because we had summer school and preschool and annex staff, and we've used information that keeps being updated, and we do these trainings with our staff, and we do more training when we learn something new. So we are better and better at these training modules. So obviously we need to do specific training to prepare for the reopening of school. We've also had parent or family outreach. We've done a lot with outreach in this spring, summer, and early fall. So as I mentioned before, we have taken a little bit of a quieter moment as we worked in our distance learning and really concentrated on internally making sure that we were doing the best possible there. But we will be returning to our earlier communication style, which is more text messages and phone calls and emails. So be prepared for that increased communication pattern that will come. Now, another piece that is required is testing. And the San Mateo County Office of Education entered into a master agreement with Curative Care. Well, we wanted to see the different vendors that were available. And so we did quite a process with that. And Sue and her team vetted a number of vendors. After looking through their offerings, what they could do for us, we did decide to utilize curative care. And curative care provides the testing kits to the district. It is not the nose test, it is a mouth swab. And the employee, obviously with someone there to collect everything, but the person can do their own mouth swab, put it into the, I guess, whatever it is, baggie or whatever they're giving you, and then pass it off to be sent into the lab. So we've been told, and I think it's on the next slide, we've been told that we will receive our results within 48 to 72 hours. And also it is important to note that the recommended time is that that districts in the county have employees do this once a month. So once a month, staff will be tested with this curative care system. So we cannot require that students be tested, but resources can be made available for rapid COVID-19 testing. Now, curative care can provide it, but also now, as Trustee Chin pointed out, the county is running testing for families at the event center, which may be easier for families. So there's a couple of ways that we can go with providing that. Now, as you know, should we have a case, then there is a process that we have to use for communication. So this is the required communication pattern. Information must go to the school site point person, which is the site principal, and the information must go to the district point person, which is Susie Riley. Those two folks call the health department, and they let me know, and I let the San Mateo County Office of Ed Superintendent know. And we work together to plan for the next steps. So I do want to point out some new verbiage that we have been given. Take a look at this next slide. It talks about the definitions. One is a case, that has always been the word, but then it's called close contact and indirect contact. So these are the words that we are all using, we're required to use. And so these are the words that you would hear should we need to do a message out to staff or families. So case is a person who tests positive, close contact, within 6 feet of a confirmed case for more than 15 minutes, and indirect, that you may have been in proximity to a close contact. So these are the new words, and do know that there are protocols that then have to be followed. So the next few slides show some scenarios. So let's go to this next one. So I've just explained how we have to connect and provide this information, and the fact that they would then inform us as to what we need to do. So I know that you could give me dozens and dozens of different scenarios, and each case will be slightly different. And it will not be my judgment alone that would make the decision. It would be made in concert with public health and the County Office of Ed. So they did provide us a series of scenarios that are on the next several slides. And I'm not going to go through them because these are simply examples. And as I said, every case could be slightly different. But if you're interested, all this will be posted on our website. It does have the at the very first page, it says it's under review because it has to go in and be approved. But it will be posted on our website, and you can find it anyway under the board agenda items. And you can look at the suggested scenarios in these cases. Now, do remember also, so every case might be slightly different. We will follow whatever we're told to do. But do remember, we will not be giving names out. HIPAA and FERPA need to be followed, and so we will not be providing any names, but we will say whether it's a case or as using the new words here, close contact, etc. Okay, so then there is a slide after all these purple slides of examples. There's a slide on criteria for closing and returning. So it explains the general idea of when you close and how you return. And then when you can reopen, that's on the next slide, talks about the reopening is typically after the 14 days, cleaning and disinfection, but it depends. It depends on what the case situation is. So people may wonder, well, what happens if students do have to go home in a class or the school goes home? You would revert to your distance learning. And that is why distance learning has been so very, very important, because as we take these steps, we may have steps back. And then obviously there's a slide about our communication pattern that we will communicate with our community. And as I've said, we will be upping that communication so that people are so everyone is aware of the details, which is the work that has to be finalized now. And then finally, there is an appendix, because you might be interested in looking at where these guidance documents are coming from. So there are resources available. So tonight, I realize this is not the be all end all. This is not all the detail. This is not everything that you will need from your sites to your families and to your staff and to your families. But this is the required template, and I'd like to get it in because I'd like to see what they find as whether this is sufficient or there are areas that they would like to see additional information, so that we can have that information to work with. So this is a first step, and we're supposed to give them a target date. And so I'm asking that we target January 19th because it's after winter break. It gives us time to finalize details, and that we not all grades come back at the same time, that it is a staggered return, because we want to watch how this rolls out and be conscientious for safety and health and safety. So this is just a very preliminary first step, and lots of work still to do. But at this point, I'll turn it over to you. Questions or comments?
Thank you, Joan, for that presentation. President Corzo has asked me to temporarily take over the management of this meeting. So does anyone have any clarifying questions for Dr. Rosas? If so, please go ahead and start.
So just to clarify, we're just hoping, right? This is just a first draft. You turn it in to hopefully see if it's approved or what changes need to be made.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you get that back, is that when you'll engage family and staff as to what the reopening and what they, will look like?
So that's a good question. I mean, we have been working on what reopening would be since May. What's the hybrid? We've talked about hybrid. We've talked about safety protocols. Things have changed. things have changed over time, and then we decided to go distance learning. That seemed the prudent decision to make at the time. There are pieces that are ready to be implemented, but this is the first step of that process. So we need to now get this approved, and then you're right, take all those pieces of information that have been worked on for months and months and put them into a family handbook, a staff handbook, finalize the pieces at each site. So just kind of move it forward now.
So those wouldn't happen, those would happen without updating?
We can actually begin, but I don't want to send a mixed message. So we've worked on these pieces. Now they're saying they have enough information that they know what has to be done at schools. So I want to make sure that this is correct, and then we can use that information to finalize these handbooks.
Okay, I guess my question is, before the handbooks are finalized, will families and staff be able to provide any input?
Yes, each school is going to be working on their schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have to, because this is a very general, as you saw, it's very general. It's a very general template, but each school has different ways they're going to enter. They're going to have different ways they're going to exit. They're going to have different schedules. So all those details have to be worked out with staff.
Once it is sent in, how long does it take to hear back from them?
They've been saying that they've been turning around in 2 weeks. So I should have it pretty quickly.
I have a couple questions. Have we addressed all of the students in our equity groups via our learning hubs?
Have we brought back all students with urgent needs in learning hubs?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you could say that we have.
Okay.
We've prioritized the students. Staff and principals provided lists and prioritized the students with the greatest needs, but I think they would still say there are other students with needs.
Okay.
Sue, would you agree? You were working on those lists with
Yes, each school site provided a list of their priority students, and that list was put together with the principals and input from teachers. And so what we did is, as we opened up classes, we went to those lists and called the highest priority students, but there are still students on the waiting list.
Okay, I asked them, I guess I'm curious a little bit. I know that TKK and SDC have been identified as first groups to go back, which is a shift from what we said over the summer, which was that equity groups, of which they were a part. Arguably SDC kind of potentially above TKK in general. So just curious as to the shift with those groups versus and also I guess acknowledging that learning hubs aren't exactly live instruction either, right? It's supporting with distance learning. So
correct.
That's a very good, interesting way to think about it. Okay. Equity groups, small groups with urgent needs can already come back under the CDPH guidance. And that's how the learning hubs are coming back. To reopen a grade level, you have to submit this reopening document. So it's two separate items. We could look at doing more learning hubs and you wouldn't have to submit this. This has to be submitted for grade levels. And I think when we said coming back, that we would look at the youngest, because we're hearing that the youngest are having more difficulty with engaging online than the older students. So it's really two two separate pieces.
Okay, and we can maybe talk about this in the next presentation as well, because I know that in the data we see that, you know, the students that we know had already prioritized are not successful, right, in this model. And so I guess when we think about what this looks like, I think we need to also ensure that we're providing, sorry, I'm moving into a comment now, so I'll just stop and come back to that. Sticking to clarifying questions. When we think about, so we have kind of like, this is a skeleton framework. It's based on the work that happened over the summer, in addition to some of the things that, you know, have emerged since then, kind of to build off of Trustee Hitchcock's question. When we think about actually the nitty gritty of kind of what this looks like, and let's just take TKK and SDC for now, because those are the groups that are identified here. What is that going to look like in terms of the nitty gritty of that, and kind of stakeholder engagement, both from our teachers and staff and from our parents and families?
Okay, so I need to clarify one piece. So do you remember when we were in the throes of all the crazy time and we were bringing forth patterns for how we would do cleaning, and we would do temperature checking, and how we would do hygiene? So there are a number of protocols that have already been considered and thought through. And so writing this template does not capture all of the work that's been done in the spring. It is literally to give the county what they're asking to look at. Now, as far as moving forward, so we have work that's been done in teams. We've presented that, we've looked at it, we've held on to it, we've added to it. We're doing this. Now you're asking, how do we march it forward and really finalize with stakeholder engagement? So administrators are holding a weekly meeting now with us to march out each piece. They're going to need to go work at their site and with their staff to say, okay, here's the general guidelines, here's the general material, here's the suggestions, let's look at our school and finish it. And then we're planning, like I said, family handbooks and staff handbooks and family handbooks. And those may need to be tweaked by school site because of different areas of need. So I think I'm answering what you are asking, is that now we get this done, site administrators will work on pieces of it every week and work with their staff, and so that we can move this forward. Now, we have also discussed and that upping the communication pattern so people will know more. We'll be sending out information about where we are, what pieces we're working on. And now I hate to commit these people to this, because our LMI group met every single week all during the summer, but we may want to up those conversations also, because we have representation from each school. They could go back with information also. So there's a variety of ways to collect further stakeholder information.
And can I just chime in? I didn't really hear that any parent engagement for that, for stakeholder.
I think that would be through the site.
Okay, I just know from the beginning, parents have been asking to get involved, whether that be to provide training or just help support distance learning and reopening. So I just want to make sure that we are including them too.
One more question. How, when we think about, so we have these plans in place, things that we want to happen with regards to cleaning, et cetera. What's the plan for kind of progress monitoring all of those things? How do we know if they're happening, when they're happening, if they're happening with fidelity? And that's just cleaning, but I think there's a variety of things, right? That what's where is progress monitoring and kind of evaluation of what's happening, what we put in place and whether or not it's working or not? Where is that in this?
That is not in this plan right here. And so I will have to go back to the different teams because I don't know that answer off the top of my head. So thank you for asking, and we will double check that. I do know there are, I do know that there are a variety of different monitoring mechanisms that we have in our district. For example, air filter changeover. There's an M&O piece that we keep track of those things. But I couldn't answer you on everything, and I'm not sure for some of these new things that we have that progress monitoring plan. So let me work on that.
I think those are my questions for now.
I just had a couple, actually one question really. You mentioned that we were gonna have the HEPA filters for the classrooms and the EPE, and I'm just wondering, what else do we need? And as we determine what we need, can we make that, like, can we communicate that out to our community? Because I think that there may be businesses that would be happy to help, especially if their employees are trying to get back to work, to get their kids in school. So I'm just wondering, I want to make sure that we're reaching out to our business partners, our community groups, and parents that may be willing to help support some of these things that we need to get back safely.
The Education Foundation president and director have now set up every 2-week meeting with me because of this very question. They want to stay very in tune with what we're needing, what is coming up from our staff and sites. We knew, well, they knew, they actually came forward with the idea of the thermal scanner instead of the thermometer, well, the handheld thermometers. And so they've been working on that, and then they are looking into supporting in some way this HEPA filter idea. And so they will be an enormous asset to reaching out to our community partners. But also, I do want to say, I think that that's an idea that we could float with our cities. And I hadn't thought of that until you said this, because they have been helping us advertise different issues that or areas of need through their channels. For example, we're asking them to help us with the Equity Task Force membership. They're putting it out through their channels because we're looking for a community member. And so they might be another asset in this to finding connections. I'll make sure that we look into that.
Okay, and then the only other question I was just thinking of off the top of my head was, because I know a lot of probably the comments tonight and questions might be more of the like implementation questions that that aren't part of this presentation tonight. Wondering if we could, I know there's going to be a handbook for teachers and everybody, and I know there's going to be a handbook for parents, but if we can accumulate some frequently asked questions that like people can go to and really understand not only what the health and safety protocols are going to be, but also, you know, what's the hybrid method or the hybrid model, because it's been a while since we've all refreshed our memory with that. So all the different things that might be on people's minds.
Okay.
I have a question regarding the cohorts. Have those, you guys have already determined those, or?
No.
Oh, okay. Are siblings going to be considered in?
We always made a commitment to look at that as best we could, yes.
Okay, and then what about just outside pods that have already been formed and neighborhood?
We did not commit to that at the time, so we'll have to take a look at it. At the time, we didn't even know where the kids were going. We couldn't, because we thought we were starting back in the hybrid. Remember that?
Right.
So
Right.
we did not commit to learning pods because we knew we didn't have capacity for that. I'm not sure that we do have the capacity to add that to the mix, but we'll look at it.
Okay. I mean, again, I'd jump in and ask the parents because I believe a volunteer survey was sent out earlier, specifically regarding health and hygiene, which the cohorts would fall under that, I think. So just wondering again, how because they can do some of the work that, take it away from you, the district, and get them involved. And then when is a next survey regarding who wants hybrid and who wants DL coming out?
So we're working on that timeline right now. We have some thoughts about it. We're still finalizing.
Okay. Sorry. Back to the filters, you mentioned that they're MERV 11 and HEPA that we might be getting. But a recent thing came out with MERV 13 is.
So the MERV 11 is what's in the systems that are in the buildings now.
Okay.
In the building, the large air systems. So that's an 11, and 13 is hospital grade. And as you know, older systems can't just simply switch out into a 13 because it's very, very tight, and the pressure is maybe not, cannot be, in an older system, it might blow the system. So right now it's an 11. We're checking to see if any of the newer models might take a 13. And then because we are predominantly have an 11, we're looking at separate standalone HEPA filtration that would be in the classroom.
Okay, and if I recall correctly, having anything separate plugged in each classroom would potentially override the system. And
so that was when we were looking at air conditioning units, and the fact that trying to cool the room, and that you had to have a couple per classroom, and we experimented with some, and they simply didn't cool and pulled a lot of electricity. This would not be the same as that situation. Okay. Now, Pat, if I'm speaking incorrectly, Patrick, you need to jump in, but I believe I'm right.
You got it, Joan. You represented it correctly. That's what we talked about.
Okay. All right.
And then again, I know not all the details are available, but I just quickly reading through the presentation, the slides, it said that if a classroom can't handle physically distanced children of 15, then you guys would explore shifting some students to another class. So I just kind of want more information on that. Like, what does that mean?
So we had, when we went through our classrooms, we didn't feel that a classroom size of more than 15 was going to be manageable for our staff. We had practice, remember, during summer school. And so those teachers were very open and honest with us about their experience, and we really learned a lot from that. Now, the reality is that we will be continuing some classes in distance learning, and there may be students who would simply not be returning. They would be in a distance learning classroom. So there may not be a need to move anyone. We don't have too many classes that are over 30 anyway. So it would be an individual case-by-case situation.
Okay, because I was just, does that mean those students have a different teacher and that kind of question? So thank you. And then just a lot of those details. I have a lot of detailed questions. So I don't know.
I probably can't answer everything,
okay.
At this present moment.
Okay.
Any other quick clarifying questions before we go to public comment? No? Okay, so I just have just 3-4 questions. You mentioned the HEPA filters, which I do know they are definitely different in terms of portable air conditioning units and, do not draw as much electricity. So I think that is helpful. Are we actually ordering them? Because you said they're not in the warehouse yet. Did we actually order them, or are we planning on ordering them?
So some are available right now. We have 700 units that are available for pickup now, and then we're ordering more.
Fantastic, thank you. And then the plan, the reopening plan itself, you mentioned that it's on the website, but under review, under the review, or it's in the PowerPoint. But once it's submitted, you said it takes about 2 weeks for it to be approved. And then will that approved plan be back on the website as a separate item, or like officially approved by the county?
You are required to post this plan on your website. So right now it's in your board agenda, but then we're going to post it. It will have the front page that says under review. I think that's what the first page of it says. Let me just check. Yeah, it says under review, October 22nd, 2020. I'm assuming that this moves forward.
Assuming we approve the plan tonight, then you will submit it.
Submit it, post it, and then when they approve it, just take off the review and just say that it's been approved, the approved plan. And it stays on the website.
And the reopening plan as presented is in sort of PowerPoint form or Google slide form.
They said we could present it in a PowerPoint fashion. So that was easier for staff to work on in slides. So we did use that manner.
Great. Okay, thank you. You also said that the communication will probably go back to our COVID or our summertime COVID level. Obviously pre-COVID, we were updating probably once a month at least or so. And but you seem to, during the summer, spring and summer times when we were talking about the hybrid, there was an email every week to the point where we got comments that some of the district email was going to junk email because we were sending them too much, or people were saying, okay, that's enough. I have received too many text messages and emails from the district, to the point where there's that upper threshold. But you're saying tonight that we will go back to that sort of communication pattern where we'll be more frequent communication.
We have to.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
We have to, because the details are what people will want to know.
Yeah.
This very general information, I mean, it's helpful. People would like to probably read it and see it, but really they're going to want to know the details of how this works at their school. So we're going to have to up the communication again, just to ensure that people are getting the information they need.
Great. And last question, you stated that staff will be tested every once a month. Mm-hmm. Per the curative agreement or the curative testing, and it is it's a mouth swab, and you do it by yourself. If one of our teachers or staff members are feeling ill in between the time, can they go ahead and get tested more frequently, or would they have to go to the event center itself?
No, actually, we can order more tests at any time, and it's actually a test that's that you can do right at your school site. So you don't even have to leave. I mean, if we need a test, we can do it right away.
Great, thank you.
And if they're not feeling well, they need to take the test and go home and right away.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And then from my understanding, the test itself is at no charge to the district because, is that correct?
It gets charged to the insurance, and right now insurance is paying for tests.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Does anybody have any quick questions?
Yes.
Hitchcock, before we go to quick questions before we go to public comment.
Back to the testing, it says it, I believe 24 to 48 hours to get results. So during that
48 to 72.
So during that time, I'm assuming like that teacher or student or family member is not coming back until they find the results?
So this is a monthly testing, a screening. So like, I would even take it. I mean, everyone takes it. So I would be taking it, going to work because I'm not feeling ill.
Right.
And I'm not going to probably come back positive. If you're feeling ill, you're going to stay home.
Okay. I guess my thought was just
You're
if somebody
talking
takes the test.
asymptomatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Let's move on to public comment. For those who are listening in, this is your opportunity to provide the Board of Trustees public comment. Peter, how many people do we have?
Trustee Chin, we currently have 7 attendees with their hands up.
Okay.
Dan? Well, it's increasing, but right now we're at 11.
Great. Oh yeah, let's go with 2.5 minutes, please, for public comment.
Okay, 2.5 minutes for public comment. Okay. First we have Julie, then after Julie will be Kevin. Julie?
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Rosas, for the presentation. I wanted to share with you this evening that SMETA did have its first negotiation session with the district today, and we are looking forward to a collaborative effort as we move through this. I was also happy to hear Joan mention that this can be amended because as I was listening, obviously lots of red flags happening. The one thing that kind of came to my mind when I was listening to this was what my pediatrician used to tell me about my children when I was trying to get them to eat healthy. And she said, your children will never get the benefit of any food they are not willing to actually put into their mouths. And along those lines, I feel like no student is actually going to get the benefit of any program we put forward that actually cannot practically be put and safely be put into place. So, you know, your presentation mentions 31 students. Every 5th grade teacher at Baywood has more than 30 students. I personally have 33. So how does that impact, how does that actually impact me? We know from looking at this before, we also don't have the square footage in many of our classrooms to do this safely. When we looked at Sunnybray this summer, we really could get about 9 kids in. And so what I really want us to do is keep a couple things in mind. I think we need to look at a model that's going to balance academics, socio-emotional needs, and most importantly, keep safety at the forefront for our students and for our families. We know that this situation is fluid. However, we also know, and I would also encourage us to reconsider the AB model. We know a lot more than we did when we approved that. We know about transmission, and more importantly, we know about what is effective and best practices in distance learning. I think our driving question really needs to be, how many kids can we safely support at school? And to Shara's point, I would encourage us to think beyond grade level lines. I think we need to be thinking about who are the most vulnerable among us and how do we safely bring them back, more importantly than just simply rolling out by grade level. You know, I think we have the benefit of learning from other districts, and my hope is that we do that. But I will say I'm hoping that we can keep an open mind and revisit these things in a way that makes the most sense given what we know now. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next we have Kevin, then after Kevin will be Amanda. Kevin? Kevin, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
There you are.
Hello, my name is Kevin Peterson. I have 2 students in the district in 4th and 6th grade. And I'm here today tonight because I want to make sure you're hearing from the parents for whom distance learning is not working. Distance learning makes my kids say they hate school. I think they spend far too much time sitting in their rooms staring at a screen. They're not getting any socialization with their peers. My 6th grader has in fact never been to his school, and he has never seen many of his classmates in person. We know that this is a serious disease, but it's not the plague. And we know that for children, this is not a serious danger. There are no one under 30 in our county has died of COVID. I'm glad we are working on a plan. And I'm glad that we're taking parents into account. But I think one thing that stuck in my mind while Trustee Hitchcock was speaking was, as a parent, I don't really care to be considered as a stakeholder working out all the details of this. The only thing I care about is getting my kids back in school where they can succeed academically. And I would encourage the district to direct the staff, encourage the trustees to direct the staff of the district to prioritize getting the schools reopened as soon as possible. This plan and the dates that are mentioned, if we adopt this plan, I'm unclear on whether that January 19th was 1st grade or kindergarten, but if that was 1st grade, that means the 5th graders won't be back until April 20th. That's a whole year gone. I think we hear a lot about these learning hubs. If those can succeed, if those can be safe, we need to get the kids back in school. And I would encourage the trustees of the district to prioritize this, to prioritize the students' education, and that our kids are not losing a year of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, next we have Amanda, and then after Amanda will be Jen. Amanda?
Hi, yes, you can hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rosas, the board, and everyone for your time. I am a teacher in our district and have 2 children in our district as well. While I understand we are all in a tough position, I am extremely concerned about returning to school this school year. In terms of the amount of COVID-19 cases, we are no better off than we were in the springtime. In fact, we are in a worse position now. There are thousands of more cases as well as more deaths, both of which are rising each and every day. Although it is not perfect, we have worked very hard to put in place a good distance learning program, leaps and bounds from where we had been in the springtime. If we return to school, the momentum that we have gained will be disrupted. What we know about this virus is that it is deadly and very highly transmissible. Everyone knows that winter time brings more cases of all kinds of viruses, and COVID-19 will be no exception. In addition, how can all of us decide on moving forward to open without a solid, laid out, detailed plan? We simply cannot. It would not be wise, prudent, nor responsible, especially when all of our lives are on the line. Think of that. All of our lives are on the line. We all know how long it takes to come up with a plan and gather the necessary resources, especially in the education field. We are almost in November. We've got the holidays in there, and then boom, before you know it, we're in January. Do you honestly think that we can all come up with a safe enough plan, keyword being safe enough plan, to ensure that we have taken every single precautionary action and gathered every single possible item for safety in only 2 short months? Think about that. We don't even know if the bond is going to pass. Then even if that passes, will that come in time? In all probability, we will have a vaccine next school year, and even if we don't, at least we'll have a better shot for safety using this time to create a solid, safe plan. What we need to do is use that safety belt as it is intended. Buckle in all the way, not just drape it over our laps and hope it saves us. We need to stay in distance learning for this school year and take these months to make a good, solid, safe plan for a safe return next school year. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, next we have Cody, then after Cody will be Joy. Cody? Cody, are you there? You might need to unmute yourself or grant your Zoom permission to access your microphone. Cody? All right, so what we'll do is I will leave your hand raised, Cody, and we'll move on to the next person and come back to you. All right, Joy, and then after Joy will be Marcella. Joy?
Good evening. Let me start by thanking you for working on such a comprehensive plan. I know that you as a district have worked on this and have continued to make decisions on every iteration, probably nearly daily. But I don't think the plan is foolproof, nor do I think it ever can be. I was so appreciative of the early decision to stay in distance learning through mid-January so as not to rush our return. I found a Chicago Tribune byline just 3 days ago. Just as schools begin to reopen, many are closing. It's an almost impossible situation. Our students and teachers are in a rhythm. I'm hearing it from both parties. They're on a roll. The teachers have worked so hard to become solid distance learning teachers. No teacher I know wants to do anything halfway. I love what my fifth grader is experiencing. His teacher has transitioned to distance learning unflappably. He has PE 3 times a week and is moving and is even learning clarinet, a first instrument for him. And it's amazing to listen to the teacher get 25 fifth graders doing exactly what he needs. I was skeptical, but I'm more than impressed. And then what happens when we transition? Some of our children will change teachers depending on the model their parent chooses and their teacher has chosen, which could possibly be 2 changes, both back to school with a new teacher. Transitions are hard. Is 8 hours of in-person instruction better than 5 days of consistency? I'm not so sure. And teachers will now be responsible for 2 sets or variations of lesson plans for the hybrid model. By opening in the middle of what is usually flu season, we are putting ourselves in a situation to open and close classrooms on what could be a bi-weekly basis when there has been a case or even exposure. And it's during our California winter. I know we can't compare it to East Coast winters, but a winter nonetheless. So on rainy days, students are inside during what would be recess and not have an opportunity to get outside, move, and keep all the germs in their room for 4 hours. Regarding temperature checks, in small schools with a hybrid program, this may be doable, but I cannot imagine Foster City School. If half of the 1,000 children come back, you're still taking temperatures of nearly 250 students every morning. And temperatures have been stated not to be enough to gauge COVID status on. It's only a measure. Right now, in a local district, during distance learning, there was a teacher who was exposed and then tested positive. And because she was on campus, the campus had to be shut down to staff twice in 1 week to disinfect. I know as parents, teachers, administrators, and board members, we have beliefs about opening that run the gamut. What matters most to me is the health of our staff and children. By opening early, we could have regrets. By waiting, while disappointed, we won't regret waiting to keep everyone healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Okay, Marcella, and then after Marcella will be Sandy. Marcella?
Hi, thank you. I want to echo Trustee Hitchcock's comments and questions. I continue to be concerned with the lack of parent involvement in decisions that are made and statements that are placed. I think that discussion about a handbook that's going to be done, once it's done, it ignores the current voice of parents. I know that a survey was completed quite a while ago. It's not the same as the data that might be considered now that we've been in distance learning for a period of time. And I think that very much could impact what appropriate models would look like when we go back to school. So I'd love to know the current interest in how we engage and who's going to engage and who's going back could impact how we design those structures. Separately, there was the parent volunteer survey that was also mentioned. And I'd love to know what happened to that because many of us signed up and no one that I know has been contacted yet. It leads to a decrease in faith that the board and the district truly values the skills and commitments that the families in the district offer and provide. Trust is a two-way street. I'm concerned that when families do not feel heard, we're less likely to engage. So A speaker earlier, Amanda, mentioned that we've worked hard to create a strong distance learning program. I mentioned earlier that I feel very strongly, I am so proud of the program that my 6th grader is in, but I also at the same time recognize that at the same time, Kevin spoke for parents who have children who are beginning to hate school. And I have another child who is not as engaged and enamored of her classroom as my 6th grader. I was recently in a workshop by the American Institutes of Research. We continue to see our historically minoritized students falling further and further behind. Education continues to be inconsistent. And among our schools, there continues to be diversity in how much time is spent synchronously versus asynchronously, who has access to physical books, who's able to be present on demand with the constant logging in and off. So these concerns continue to plague our schools, and I worry that without hearing from us, without building that into this plan, that we're going to continue to disenfranchise some of our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, next we have is Sandy, and after Sandy will be Jill. Sandy?
Hi, just a couple points. I wanted to ask again, if it's possible, before another survey is done, encouraging families to choose between continued distance or hybrid, that families be able to know the details of which teacher, if their kid's going to move classes, those kind of things, if at all possible. I think that would be an important factor for some kids. I want to echo what Marcella said, that there are some situations that are going wonderfully and there's some that are not. And we need to keep in mind all the families and all the experiences and know that lots of people are suffering by being at home, even if some kids are not. Also, I want to ask again that we relook at the AB plan. We now know much more about this disease and that it doesn't seem to be spread by touching surfaces as much. So if there is a possibility for morning and afternoon cohorts, I think that would be more beneficial than a 2 days a week, 5 days off that we are currently discussing. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, next we have Jill. Then after Jill will be Jeanette. Jill?
Thank you, Dr. Rosas and the board for taking our comments. My name is Jill. I'm a teacher in the district. And there was a couple of things I wanted to say. One is I, along with a couple of other people, wanted to look at the AB cohorts again. My concern is right now I get to see my students every day, but under the AB cohort, I would only see them in person twice a week. And then
Jill, did we lose you?
online until the next Monday. And that
Jill?
just seems like an awful lot of
Jill, this is
time.
Peter, sorry.
It would be as effective as seeing them online every day. Another thing I wanted to say is I think it would be beneficial to start after the holidays, give it a couple of weeks to make sure there are no rising cases from the holidays. And then another thing I wanted to say is, you know, I've heard people say kids aren't at risk, let's get the kids back. Well, there's a lot of adults here too, and the adults are at risk and we matter too. So I understand this is not a perfect situation. It's not just our school district, it's the whole planet is, you know, we're making sacrifices, we're doing everything we can. But I don't feel it's fair to ask the adult staff to be put at risk. Because thank you very much for all you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jill. Next we have Jeanette, and then after Jeanette will be Lori. Jeanette?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Jeanette.
Great, thank you. My name is Jeanette Wong, and I've been a teacher in this district since 1996. I want to thank you, Dr. Rosas, and the board for all of your hard work and dedication during this unprecedented time in our lives. I just want to mention it's crazy. We're in our 9th week of distance learning, and we have, I speak for myself, and I'm sure many of the teachers, we've worked really hard to build community in our virtual classrooms. We spent a lot of time establishing rapport with our students. The children know me, they know their teachers, and they know their classmates. It's amazing how much they can understand each other through the screen. You know, we're in a good rhythm. And should we reopen, assigning students to other classrooms and other teachers would definitely disrupt the momentum of what we have already worked so hard to put into place. The virus is not under control and there isn't a vaccine yet. And I feel it's simply not safe. It was mentioned that temperature checks would be conducted, but children and adults can be asymptomatic, and that's just a really scary thought. We're hearing of schools across the country having to shut down due to infections, and the students would be again have to be disrupted by having to switch back to distance learning. I just believe that we should leave what we have worked so hard to establish in place for this year and start fresh next year, the next school year, with safety measures thoughtfully and safely implemented. I also want to add that just recently, public health officials are saying we should not be gathering with our loved ones at Thanksgiving. So I don't see that it would be safe enough to open schools. I don't believe it's worth the risk. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jeanette. Okay, we're going to have Lori, then after Lori will be Laura. Lori?
Gardens, and she is thriving in kindergarten. She's engaged, she's happy socially, her program's developmentally appropriate, she's challenged, she knows her classmates, it's a diverse classroom, and you know, I'm there 4 days a week peeking in on things, and it looks like everyone is engaged quite well and is really doing a great job. I would hate to see her lose her teacher. She adores her teacher. And I think if there's if something happens to have to change classrooms, that's the thing that I would regret most. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for all this incredible effort from all of you.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, next we're going to have Laura. Then after Laura will be Roseanne. Laura?
Hi, how you doing? My name is Luke. I am Laura's husband. We are here together. I want to say thank you for the teachers for all their hard efforts. They put a great model together and they're working really hard. With that being said, I have a kindergartner and he does not like school at the moment. I think a major part of social, psychological, and emotional development is being with other kids in a school. And they're not fostering that right now. They're not developing right now. And right now they're just staring at a screen for 5 hours. And if you asked us a year ago, screen time was horrible. So in a way, the young kids are working backwards. Though he's learning how to read and he's learning how to do math, he's not learning social and emotional skills. I am a firefighter in this county. We wear proper PPE and we clean everything twice a day. None of us have been infected. We've been in the worst care homes that you can imagine, seen the worst cases, and all of us have been okay. So with that being said, the kids are 1% infection rate, less than 1%, 1/1000th% in the death rate. The cases and the death rates are all going down. I want everyone to be safe. I want everyone to do this properly. I know the Catholic schools have opened already. Hillsborough District has opened already. Menlo Park is open already. So maybe we can watch them and see how they do and revisit this. So hopefully we can open it in a sooner manner. I know we voted on the AB model in August when the cases were worse and the deaths were worse. So I don't know why we're not submitting this fully instead of piecing it together and doing it piece by piece. I think we should put our waiver in and hopefully get the kids back to school so they can develop properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Okay, next we have is Roseanne, and then after Roseanne will be Rhiannon. Roseanne?
Hello, my name is Roseanne Wong. I've been a teacher for 24 years, and I have been awarded the Founder Day Award 3 times. And I believe that over the many years I have taught that teaching is the bottom line, a personal relationship. I have to know my students and be in tune with them on a daily basis so that I can adjust my teaching and get to know what their interests are and what their strengths and weaknesses are. So at this time, I check in with them every morning, thanks to the wonderful training that we've gotten from the school district. We have these morning meetings, and I won't be able to do that in a hybrid model. I will really miss my students because I won't be in touch with them 3 out of 5 days. And if they come to the classroom, I will not want to get close to them because, you know, if you think about it, there is an elephant in the room, which is that they have found COVID to be aerosolly transmitted. So 6 feet is not even enough for safety. So they're saying 12 feet to 15 feet is a safer distance. And the other thing is that they found that you don't have to have prolonged exposure for 15 minutes to get exposed to get COVID. You could break that 15 minutes up into little pieces. So if I pass the same person in the classroom and it adds up to 15 minutes, I will get COVID. So what I am doing right now, I feel is very successful because I am able to gauge my students, learning by looking at the chat. They put their answers in the chat, and then I say, press the button, and all the answers come up. It's like magic. Or I look at Pear Deck, and I look at what they're working on. I can see when they're not carrying properly or they added wrong. And not only that, we have breakout rooms. So my students have been working very cooperatively with each other in small groups, and they're so excited they actually want to meet after class. And then, I just hear the success stories of my RSP students just really blossoming because they're feeling comfortable working in the small group. And I'm able to work with them in different levels, and I don't have the interruption of, hearing a lot of people yelling at the same time in the same classroom because I'm able to transfer between breakout rooms very successfully. So I feel that actually it's really working to be able to have hybrid learning, and to have distance learning, and you will not get that benefit in hybrid learning. So I really want
Roseanne,
you to
I'm
take
sorry
a
to
step
interrupt,
back.
but the 2.5 minutes is up. If you could please wrap up your comments, please.
Sure. I just want you to think about what are you trying to achieve, and the personal relationship with the teachers and the social relationships with the teachers is very successful if you do it right in distance learning. And if it's not working, I think certain learning hubs should be set up for the students who are at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne. Okay, just as a reminder to folks, I hate interrupting, and I hate interrupting all your comments, and we definitely want to hear you. And the number of attendees that wish to make public comment has increased. We still have 11 more, so I'd ask that you please try to do your best to respect the 2.5 limit that we currently have. Next, we have Rhiannon, and then after Rhiannon will be Shauna. Rhiannon.
Hi, thank you. First off, I want to say thank you to all the teachers and administrators. I realize that this is super difficult and that you're facing a lot of details and a lot of different needs and things like that. but as a mom of not one, but two kindergartners, it's extremely difficult because I see both of them learning extremely differently. And I think that at this age, it's extremely important that they be in person, socially, academically, in so many ways. This was supposed to be their first year of school. And I just feel like we were robbed of them having not only their first day of school, but like I see how much my daughter struggles with like handwriting and math, and she needs to be taught by a teacher. And I would love it if I could provide that for her, but I'm just her mom. Sometimes they need to be learning from somebody else. And I cannot tell you how much it bothers me that we have done this much preparation and you guys are sitting there saying that they're not going to even have the opportunity to go back until at least January. That's another 3 months. You guys said that you were going to revisit this after fall break. I thought that that meant that they might be able to go back after fall break. And this is ridiculous. I just see this failure of leadership. I realize that this is not easy, but something has to be done that's actionable. We can't just sit here and plan and plan and plan. If you're not comfortable with your kids going back to hybrid learning, don't send them. But if you are and you think that it's worth the risk, then just please, God, have a sense of urgency and put a plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhiannon. Next, we have Shauna, and then after Shauna will be Allison. Shauna?
Hello, my name is Shauna Chapella, and I am a parent of a second grader in the San Mateo Foster City School District. I have to say I really empathize with what Rhiannon just said. You know, I'm very, very concerned that not more parents are speaking up because I'm hearing a lot of the same from many of our parents. And I actually respectfully disagree that this distance learning thing is successful. It really is not successful. There are many, many students who are not engaged, who are having behavioral issues, depression issues. I have a student who has an RSV, and she is not engaged. And I did hear a teacher speaking before about how her students are engaged. Mine is not. It's a disaster. You had a very detailed plan in place, and you talked about it with the parents over the summer. I think there were several meetings about it. You had indicated we would be going back to school in October. It's October. We're not going back to school. There's no explanation as to why you're not following that plan anymore. The County of San Mateo is allowing waivers to be put in place for different schools. Palo Alto School District is back. Hillsboro's back. There's many private schools that are back. There's a lot of schools and school districts who are implementing the waiver policy and engaging their kids in person in the classrooms, following the safety measures that have been put in place under the terms of their waivers. So it's very frustrating to many of us that you haven't done so and why we're not going back. So if you say we're going back in January, it's hard for some of us to really have faith that that's actually going to happen. And I think it really does need to happen because I'm not the only one who feels this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Next, we have Allison, and then after Allison will be Jessica. Allison?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Allison.
Hi, I'm Allison Ross, parent of 3 children, 5th, 3rd, and kindergarten. My children are having a very positive distance learning experience. They wish they were in school, but their incredible teachers have really found ways to engage them. They are excited about engineering projects and science and art activities, and my 5th graders learning the clarinet. I wish earplugs had come with the clarinet, but we're making it work. But I know that our experience is not representative of most of the parents in the district. And I feel very concerned about our most vulnerable populations. My students have classmates who have not engaged since March. Their teachers tried tirelessly to reach them. I'm a teacher in another district, and I know how challenging it is. I know that the Chromebooks and hotspots that the district is providing are insufficient to allow many students to participate. And it's wonderful that we're trying to provide, but it's not enough. Beyond students who have challenges socioeconomically in participating, we have students who have mental health issues, we have students with special needs. There are so many students who we are failing. We are completely failing them. And it's wonderful to hear you talking about a plan, but I think we're naive to think things will be different in January. Honestly, I think we're naive to think things will be different next year. I think this is our new normal for a long time to come. And as a district, we have an obligation to come up with a plan to meet those students in some other way. And we need to see more urgency from our leadership that you're working towards making a plan. It's wonderful to hear that things are starting, but we need to move much more quickly to bring those vulnerable students, however we define it, back onto campus, not just in pods, but in real classrooms. You know, pods are a good starting point, but we need to do much more quickly. As a teacher myself, I'm concerned about going back to the classroom. I'm not sure if I will send my kids back to the classroom, but that option needs to be available for the students that we are failing. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Okay, next we have Jessica. Then after Jessica will be Larissa. Jessica.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us today. I am Jessica. My daughter is currently in kindergarten. She has never met any of her classmates at school, and it has been very hard for her to focus. But that does not mean that I think the best thing is to rush opening schools. Yes, although kids are at lower risk for COVID-19, they can still carry it and pass it on to our families, and we matter too. And because we really don't know much about the disease, we should not be rushing to open up schools. We need to look for our safety. I believe we can find other ways for our children to be able to focus more and have fun at the same time through distance learning. My daughter does not fully understand what COVID is, which can cause her to be less careful when in school. I work in a school myself. I am exposed to children on a daily basis. From my experience, kids have a tendency to touch their faces and not wash their hands, even though we follow the CDC guidelines, and remind them to wash their hands all the time. I personally have gotten exposed to COVID at my work, and I would hate for my daughter to get COVID and go spread it at her school. Most schools have opened up, but they're slowly closing down. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Larissa. Then after Larissa will be Randy. Larissa.
Hi. I am a parent of 3 students in San Mateo Foster City School District. I am also a teacher in the district. I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank Shara for bringing up the equity issue. It's something that is really huge for me being a teacher. I think learning hubs are a start, but I think the access of students getting to those learning hubs kind of fell short. I know that specifically at my site, there were some students who were offered spots at learning hubs, but they didn't have any transportation, and not all students in the district live in their neighborhood where they can get there easily, either by walking or biking. And not all parents have the ability to transport their students to and from school right now. So that's an issue for me. I do a lot of intervention work, and I work with some of the most at-risk students, and I have students who live in one room with their entire family. I had a student the other day whose sister was practicing her trumpet while I was trying to teach him to read, and he's reading 2 grade levels below. So I have big concerns about also the limiting factors of how many students we can actually reach through these learning hubs, especially since they're only at a couple select schools in the district. I want to say that I've heard a lot of voices tonight from teachers in the district, and they all come from one school. And I would like to say they do not represent the other voices of some of us who work in other schools which may have higher populations of marginalized students. I also want to second another parent what they said about considering looking at a different model for hybrid. I'm concerned as a parent. My children, you know, I'm a teacher. My children have a teacher as a parent, and I had my 4th grader in tears tonight because she's not keeping up with her Zern math. And she was frustrated and didn't know what to do and didn't really know how to ask for help, didn't even know how to ask her teacher for help. I think there's inequities across teachers within the same school and what those students are getting. And I would just like to say that I'm just concerned about what will happen with the 2 days of school a week where my kids and other students are not with their teachers in the classroom while their teachers are teaching the other half of the cohort. So thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Larissa. Okay, next we have Randy. Then after Randy will be Cece. Randy?
Hi, good evening. One of the things that is unprecedented about COVID-19 is how the scientific community has overwhelmingly pivoted its focus to understanding and overcoming this public health crisis. There's a ton of scientific data. The CDC has been slow on the uptake, no doubt due to the political forces. This is to say that the CDC doesn't state the rules for this virus. In fact, COVID-19 sets its own rules. And by the way, this virus is an opportunistic jerk. My family is living this right now. As my stepbrother David, who is a father of 4, he's a runner, he's active duty service member, and he has not yet turned 40. He has spent the last 3 weeks on a ventilator because of COVID-19, and things are not looking good for him. Just yesterday, the CDC updated the definition of what is a close contact. Furthermore, the epidemiologic community understands that the 6-foot, 15-minute rule is rather arbitrary, actually based on other viruses. Also, there are several mitigating factors to consider, not the least of which is airflow and humidity. So let's consider airflow. COVID-19 is an airborne virus. With the proposed reopening happening in California's rainy season, when rooms are closed up, what can we expect the air changes per hour to be for our students and teachers in the classroom? Why are portable air cleaners with HEPA filters not front and center in the plan with the kind of attention placed on them as Chromebooks have been for the distance learners? This is life and death, for heaven's sakes. Another factor understood by epidemiologists is the trend for transmission as it relates to age. Children under the age of 10 are much less likely to transmit COVID-19 than those who are 10 and older. Why are you pushing to get grades 4 and 5 back in the classroom if their profile for transmission risk is markedly different? In basic terms, this 10 and over age group is much more at risk for infecting their teachers and adult family members than their younger counterparts, given the exact same COVID exposure. Finally, I'm curious about your family information and engagement slide. I noticed that there was no mention of input from volunteers, though I know that a survey went out at the beginning of the year, and health and hygiene was reported to be the category receiving the most responses. Again, as educators, you're not expected to know it all, and I know for a fact that you have capable, willing, and invested volunteers willing to help with the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, next we'll have Cece, then after Cece will be Plit. Cece?
Hi, good evening. First off, I'd like to say thank you to everybody for all the behind the scenes work and definitely the dedication of the teachers and the staff that they've put into making distance learning work. I know it's not an easy thing, and it's Definitely challenging. I mean, we've all been living through very challenging times, not just at a local level, but the whole country, globally. It's affected us all in many different ways. While the distance learning model might not be the ideal model, I feel that unfortunately, given where we stand with COVID, without a vaccine, and with all of the unknowns, that this is the best that we have so far. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of concern with not having children back at school and the social emotional piece of it, which I also feel is very important. But I also feel that safety is of the utmost importance. And at the end of the day, what value are we placing on life? So the life of the teachers, the life of the students, the life of the family members that are surrounding the teachers, the staff, and the children. Yes, education is extremely important, social emotional learning as well. And albeit it's not a perfect model, I feel that somehow we can make it work. I'm wondering what the rush would be in having children return back to school with a short-lived success if schools have to shut down again. How is that really going to help their social emotional learning if all of a sudden now we have to shut down again and we have to change their routines, potentially change their teachers? I feel at least right now they have some kind of stability with their current teachers. And in my case, I have a first grader, a third grader, and a seventh grader. And I feel that the teachers are really doing a beautiful work in trying to stay engaged with the children and giving them consistent routines that I feel going back to a 2 days a week, you're still going to end up with 3 days of distance learning. So I don't see how that's going to be more beneficial than having access to their teachers on a daily basis from a Monday through Friday. Maybe where some effort could be put in place is for those children that are in more at-risk situations where they need extra help. Maybe you can find a way to provide those extra services to them, whether it be in an online platform or if the teachers and their families are willing to go back. Thank you.
Thank you, Cece. Okay, next we'll have is Plit, and then after Plit will be Yana. Plit.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Hi, my name is Gabriel, and I am in 5th grade. First, as a student, I appreciate distance learning. In addition to this, people want to go back, but we know we are all at risk. And therefore, we and I request to remain in distance learning, so we can finish off 5th grade with the same teacher and students we started with 6 years ago, because it's the safest thing to do. Lastly, I know that kids want to see each other, but there are alternate choices. We can either get their email or we can just chat with each other. To conclude, this is why I think we should stay in distance learning for the rest of the year and maybe start up with hybrid or full-time next year. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Okay, next we have is Yana, and then after Yana will be Christina. Yana.
Good evening. I want to say thank you to the board for taking the time to listen to our comments, and I want to thank the teachers for all the amazing job that they've been doing during this very difficult time. I understand the fear around the COVID pandemic. I can tell you that I have a 4-year-old who's currently in preschool, and I have a 1st grader who's currently doing an after-school program. They've been in for 3 months. They're wearing masks all day without any issues. As far as we know, there have been no exposures. The school hasn't had to close, and everything has gone really smoothly. And I know my 1st grade, we're just wait for those days when he gets to go to that program because he's having such a difficult time being so isolated at home. I understand that the teachers are scared. I really do. I'm a healthcare worker. We were really, really scared when this started, but I can tell you it gets better. You go to work, and after a while, things just go into the flow, and you're not scared anymore. You're back to doing your regular job. I work in a busy office. We have not had any immediate outbreaks with any of my coworkers that I'm aware of. And definitely there's going to be people who are at risk, students who are at risk, teachers who are at risk should have the option to continue distance learning. But I think we really need to think about getting the lower risk kids back into school. The teachers have been doing an amazing job. My son's teacher has been doing an amazing job with distance learning, but there's absolutely nothing good about a 7-year-old sitting in front of a computer screen for 5 hours a day. It's terrible for his physical health. He has no ability to interact with other kids. You can't interact over Zoom or over Skype the same way you play with kids in person. And since he has autism, that's an especially big problem. So I would really look forward to getting him back into the classroom. And definitely the sooner that can be done, the more valuable it would be. And I also want to agree with some of the other comments that I heard, that a 5-day-a-week model may be a better option, just so they do have the ability to interact with their teacher on an everyday basis, because the teachers are just such an important part of their education. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Yana. Okay, next we have is Christina. Then after Christina will be Judy. Christina?
Hi, yes, I'm a preschool teacher with the district, and I wanted to clarify a few things because I've heard many families of young children speaking, especially about not being able to develop social skills. We all agree this is heartbreaking, and watching the students struggle with social distancing and distance learning it's heartbreaking for all of us. I want to clarify that the social skills that many parents are referring to sound like playing together and sharing, and that's not what we're going to be doing when we're social distancing. So you're picturing sharing of materials. We can't share materials. We're working on ways to keep students apart, to teach them not to touch each other, to not get too close, to be cautious of coughing and sneezing and the spreading of germs in a way that doesn't make them fearful, but that makes them recognize that it's not silly or funny. And when we do have children together at a social distance, the adaptive skills that they'll have to have learned, we're going to have to unteach that. When we are healthy again, we're going to have to unteach the cautions that we have taught the children now. And that's okay. We'll be able to unteach that. They are resilient, but they're not going to be learning the skills that I think many families are picturing when they're talking about going back for social skills. We don't have that possibility to socially interact in the way that you're imagining kindergartners right now, and it is heartbreaking. So instead, the social skills that we're learning right now are flexibility, perseverance, empathy, teamwork. This is hard and we're doing it together. And I might have a very healthy child, but someone else in the class doesn't. Or I, as a teacher, might have a good immune system, but my parent who's going through chemo doesn't. And these are considerations children haven't had to think about before, and we're thinking about it now. And it's hard work, but please think about when you're picturing social skills. It's not the traditional way that I think that you're imagining as an alternative to distance learning.
Thank you, Christina. Next, we have Judy. Then after Judy will be Carrie. Judy?
Good evening, and thank you to Dr. Rastos and the school board. I have 2 students in the district. One is in 5th grade and one is in 8th grade. And our personal experience is that distance learning is okay. I have one student who's very diligent. I have another student who does what he needs to do and then wants to go play and do all the other things that are more interesting at home than learning. My personal opinion is that if they were in the classroom, that they would have more one-on-one attention from the teacher. They would be able to not just do the minimum, but to achieve more than what they can do right now. If you look at what is happening around the Bay Area, The schools that are going back are the private schools, the schools in wealthy communities like Hillsborough and Palo Alto and Los Altos. And my fear is that if we do not move forward to send our children back, that our children will be falling further and further behind some of the families that are more affluent and have more resources to be able to boost their children's education. Certainly for our family, one of the considerations as far as my children's education will be what level of consistency in teaching they would have if they were to return to the classroom. If the children go back in January, we have now spent almost 6 months building relationship with one teacher, and it would be very harmful to the children if they have to kind of start over with another teacher, and I think it would be difficult for the teacher as well. Two other things that I would like to just put out for consideration, especially as I have a child in middle school and one approaching middle school, I would like to see a plan put forth as far as what to do about those 6th to 8th graders, because there is a potential that, 9 months from now, we could be having similar conversations still as far as the virus in our community. And I would also like to request, as schools put together their plan for their site and then also their communication to parents, that there is a parent education component in that, so that parents are doing their part to help ensure that the children that are together in a classroom are together in a safe way and not doing risky things when they're not in school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, next we have Carrie. Then after Carrie will be, I think it's TV. Carrie? Carrie, are you there?
Hi, sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. And Rihanna, if you are still on, I want to give you a virtual hug or a fist bump, because I have twins that are in 5th grade and can't even imagine doing this with twins in kindergarten. So what you said really stood out for me. One takeaway that I have after listening tonight and also to recent board calls is that everyone has different opinions on this topic. Who knows what's right and what's wrong? One thing that I think we can all agree on is that this COVID thing isn't going away anytime soon. I'm asking the board to please give us a choice so we all can do what is right for our family. Everybody has different circumstances, and if parents don't feel comfortable sending their children to school or have circumstances that don't allow them to, then they can and should continue distance learning. For those of us who desperately want to go back, please give us the choice. Similar to earlier comments, I'm beyond frustrated to hear that some grades won't go back until March. I came on tonight thinking that we were gonna have a solid plan that would put us back after at least winter break. And to think that my 5th graders in 3rd grade and my 3rd grader can't go back until February, March, April, I kind of, with Rihanna, I want to shed some tears a little bit. And also I'm just a little frustrated with the lack of detailed presentation that was presented. I thought there would be a little bit more there. So I'm asking the board to please be leaders in our community, get our students back on campus before March, and just give the families a choice. Those that want to go back, let us go back. And those that want to stay in distance learning, then please let them stay in distance learning. Thanks everyone, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Carrie. Next we have is TV, and then after TV will be Jessica. TV.
Hi, this is Tevi Hardy. I've got 2 kids at Audubon who are 5 and 7, so kindergarten and 2nd grade. I just wanted to share a few thoughts on distance learning and how it's going. I just noticed on this call that I felt like a lot of the people who are telling us that distance learning is going great are teachers, not parents. I ask that you guys survey us, ask us how we're doing. We're not doing okay. The parents are not doing well. Children are not doing okay. My kids cry every day. I cry almost every day. I'm horrified by what we've been forced into. I know the teachers didn't sign up for this. I know they're scared of going into the classroom, but my 60-year-old mom who works at Safeway and scans people's groceries, she didn't sign up for it either, but she's there and she's doing her job, and she's exposed to hundreds of people. I want our children on campus learning tomorrow. I need you to stop telling parents that safety is your highest concern. I find it insulting. I think the long-term effects of isolation, the continued learning loss will have a devastating lifetime consequence for our kids. There's so much talk. This is really want to emphasize about learning hubs, getting it to the kids who are in need. I absolutely agree with that. But where we are missing the mark is the recognition that the salary that qualifies you for that does not translate here in the Bay Area. Beyond addressing these needs of the underprivileged youth that qualify for this extra support, you need to be looking, you need to be looking at the parents and the students, myself included, who don't qualify for the public support but cannot afford the private solutions. I need you guys to realize that there is a huge group of parents who cannot afford those private solutions that the wealthy are getting and that the poor are getting. There is a giant gulf between that. 700 elementary school waivers have been granted in California. I just expected you guys to do better. I expected that when the time came where we entered the red tier and that we were told that this was an option, you guys would have that plan ready. It wouldn't still be in planning mode. It would have been presented, it would have been passed, it would have been sent on to the county to get approval, and that we would be ready to go. We're doing the children a great disservice right now with distance learning. The sooner we get back, the less the lasting damage will be. Parents have said in your surveys that this is what they want. They want their kids back. There's going to be a group of people that don't, and I think they continue with distance learning. I ask you to figure it out, talk to your attorney, take the risk, get the waiver, get teachers back in their classrooms, get the students back on campus, and open our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, TV. Okay, next we have Jessica. Then after Jessica will be Danielle. Jessica?
Hi there. Thank you so much. I have to be honest, I feel like there's not really much more for me to say after that last caller. I couldn't agree with her more. I have been profoundly disappointed in the overall lack of leadership and desire to make a decision on the part of our district leaders to figure out a way to give our children the education that they deserve, the education that they are promised by being in this district. This is something that we, hold ourselves so high. This is, San Mateo Foster City School District is wonderful, and we give kids this amazing education. It's being left in the dust. I don't appreciate from so many people the casual approach to, yes, education is important, but there's no but in that scenario. When you talk about the kinders, the first and the second graders who are going, the loss of reading with their teacher, of talking back and forth, of being in a classroom, of getting that educational experience is going to be so profound, and you guys will be to blame because there's no real effort being made to put them back in the classroom. There are ways to stay safe. I work as a nurse. I'm on the front lines. I've been on it since the very beginning. I didn't sign up for it either, but you figure out how to use the proper PPE. You figure out a way to educate people. I think massively people tend to overestimate how well they wear their masks and how well they use hand hygiene. It's self-preservation, I get it, but there needs to be better education and more accountability to those things. With mask wearing, hand hygiene, and social distancing, this is something that we can keep our teachers and our kids safe. I also want to just make sure that I make it very clear, this is not an airborne. This is not an airborne disease. This is a droplet. Droplets have different sizes, but this is not airborne. We have to stop using that term. It's completely misleading, but our focus needs to be our kids, especially K through 2. I have 3 children in the district, a kindergartner, a second grader, and a 4th grader. My 4th grader is completely different than my kinder and my second grader. My kinder and second grader are doing awful. And I agree, parents are not doing well. Kids are not doing well. They suck it up for the few minutes they have with their kids, in that little square. And I'm so glad that our teachers are doing what they're doing and that from their perspective, our kids are doing okay, but I couldn't disagree more. The other piece is if we have to shut our schools down again, I honestly feel that it will tell my kids, your kids, all of the kids, that at least we tried something for them.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yep.
Okay, next we have Danielle, and then we have SJ. Danielle.
Hello. Well, I think a lot of what I want to say has already been said, which is great. I did hear, I think, a mom say earlier, why aren't we hearing from more parents who aren't happy? And I have to say, because we got really tired over the summer. And I think a lot of parents went silent for a while. I have to say that I think distance learning is a million times better this fall than it was in spring. And props to the teachers and all the administration who worked so hard on that. But also as a first grader parent, I can tell you that my daughter is one of the many students who is struggling. The teacher is amazing. The program is great. But my 7-year-old cannot stare at a screen for that long, and she is bored. And I found out during parent-teacher conference that she was about to be moved to a different math group because the teacher wasn't thinking she was understanding it. I said, well, no, actually, I just keep catching her watching videos and reading, Raz kid books while she should be listening to you. But that's impossible for teachers to monitor in distance learning. It's impossible. I think that they are doing an amazing job of lifeguarding with what they have, but distance learning is so difficult for these young students. And I have to say that it's a strain on parents to be the ones who have to be the bad guys in the house, because my child is not going to ask her teacher for help. She is scared. She is embarrassed. She does not want to keep raising her hands. She does not want to have to say, I got kicked off the internet. You froze. I couldn't understand what you said. She's too embarrassed. And to teach a 7-year-old how to stand up for herself and get to know her teacher is really difficult in this situation. And I heard a teacher talk about building rapport with her class and how hard they've been working on that. And I think if there are classes who've been able to do that, that's great. But with the young kids and being muted all day, I don't think that that's really taking place. So that social interaction is just not happening. So I think with all these other parents who have spoken, the sooner we can get those younger grades back to having that in-person teaching, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Next, we have SJ. SJ, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Smitha Jane. I have 2 kids in the district in 4th grade and 1st grade. And while our teachers are doing a pretty good job, we're also having to spend a fair amount of time as 2 working parents supplementing both ourselves and finding other ways to supplement. And I won't repeat all of what's been said. I agree with the others, especially the last few callers. And I'm just disappointed that we aren't in better shape as we have had. I think Dr. Rosas mentioned we've been thinking about this since May, and it's now October, and we still don't feel like we've made a ton of progress. And I see our peer districts are rising to the occasion. I know our district's different. I know the demographics are different, but I also think it's really important to try something. And I do think that's important to the kids. The last point I just want to make is I hear a lot about safety. I just want to point out that there are no trials going on for kids' vaccines yet for COVID. So if we're going to be waiting for something like that to be 100% bulletproof, first of all, that's never going to happen. And the vaccine is going to be a long while before it gets to our kids. I do hope we get, the opportunity to vaccinate our teachers sometime next year, because I obviously believe that that's very important as well. But I just wanted to point out, as you think about safety of kids, it's going to be a while, and we need to figure this out for the mental health and academic health of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Fernando.
Hi, thank you all.
So, I mean, first of all, I want to applaud the teachers. It's been, they've had to have been incredibly flexible, and they've had to take a step back and look at their methods and massage them to meet these demands. The world, the world is going through a challenging time, or our country is going through a challenging time. It doesn't help that we got a late start working on this problem. This is definitely a complex, multi-phase problem. And we're trying to look through it, and we're trying to get as much as we could and be the best we can. But it takes time to solve hard problems, and it takes creativity, and you have to iterate, and you have to come back, and you have to attack it from a different problem. The teachers, when my daughter's in 6th grade, she's at Burrell. When she first started at the end of her 5th grade, it was a mess, and but this wasn't the only sector of our world that was a mess. As a senior engineer, my team was hard for us to calibrate and to be effective, and to see the curriculum now, and to see how my daughter's engaged, and to see how we've all calibrated, it's really impressive. My fear is going back too early in winter months and us closing. Just because people are doing it around us doesn't mean it's right. Just because people are doing it around us doesn't mean it's right. And teachers are finding their feet. Parents are finding their feet. Students are finding their feet. And it could be really disruptive if we take all the work that's been input and we flip it. And then we have to flip it again. We're not being, what's the goal? The goal is to make sure that our students receive a high quality education. That doesn't come with disruptions. And as a parent, I applaud the teachers. I applaud everyone. There's many levels to it, but the teachers are the front workers. And yes, we have Safeway workers. Yes, we have nurses. Yes, and essential workers. And this is these are the workers that we need. And we don't need our teachers in the classroom. We need to get creative, and we need to continue to iterate. Let's continue to iterate this problem so that we continue to get better. It's not perfect, but let's continue to work and get there. Thank you all.
Thank you, Fernando. Okay, we have Arlene. Then after Arlene will be Bob. Arlene?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Arlene.
Hi, this is Arlene Agricola. I have a son at Abbott. He's in the SDC class in 7th grade. And first off, I wanted to pretty much defend the school district, because there are no easy answers to what you're doing. And you guys have a really hard job of trying to sort out what the best scenario is for all the parents. And everyone is going to have polarizing reasons why they want their kid in school or out of school, whether their kid is successful in distance learning or not. But speaking as a mom of a special needs child, everyone's focused on the young kids, but as a parent of a special needs kid, I am his one-on-one aide. I don't get to watch my son go into his room for 5 hours and figure it out. I am with my son every single minute. I turn on the computer for him. I log in for him. I sit in every meeting. I I allow him to, make sure he's interacting with the teachers and the para aides in class. And it's hard for me because, I'm dedicated, because I'm not, I retired from working several years ago to take care of him. But now I've had to raise and up my game as a parent and now a pseudo teacher to help him out. And, I hit my wall a couple days ago because I was sitting there with the OT and I'm like, I'm done doing your work. There are no easy answers, but what I do want to end with is if the CDAC can have a special meeting to actually go through what their plans and strategies are for SDC classes, because parents can, you know, it's asking a lot for parents and siblings of special needs kids to be aides for their students when they're online. And it's a really hard job to do. So I just wanted to ask the SCC, the CDAC to really step up and come up with a plan.
Thank you, Arlene. Okay. Next we have Bob, and then after Bob we have Robin. Bob?
Hi there. Thanks for hearing me, and thank you for all this valuable information tonight. I am the parent of a 3rd grade student at Audubon and the spouse of an educator, and I just wanted to speak out and say how interesting it is for me to be viewing students going through this experience and also viewing it from the educator's perspective, and how difficult this entire process has been for teachers. And I can't overstate that enough. This is such a hard thing. And the notion of going back to a hybrid model, I think, would strain teachers far beyond a breaking point in many cases. And me as a parent, seeing, and I know I only see what my child is experiencing, I would be more interested in seeing what we could do to invest in emboldening our curriculum and our experiences in distance learning than taking so much time and resources and money and emotional stress for all those involved to kind of force our students back into this classroom, which, just like somebody mentioned earlier, they're not going to be having the same social interactions that they used to. This is the normal now. This is going to be the way it is for such a long time. So I plead to you all to please find an opportunity to, instead of trying to force us back to this ideal that's not realistic in our current global scenario, to find ways that we can invest in enriching our distance learning, because at least how I see it is it works. The kids are bonding, they're interacting, they're learning. And this is from my perspective. I can't speak to so many others, but I would like to see how we can improve that and plus that up rather than force my child, who's terrified of going back to school, back to it. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all you guys are doing. I really appreciate you. And I appreciate our teachers so, so, so much. They are doing so much. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? So I'm a teacher in the district, but I also have twins who are in TK at George Hall. So whoever said they can't imagine having twins in kindergarten, it's really fun. But I first want to say I'm super, super pleased with George Hall. I mean, I know I am also a teacher, but I am a parent, and I'm seeing what the teachers are doing and the administration at my school, and I'm just really very, very pleased with what they're doing. And it's really hard also. But I do want to reiterate what Julie and I think some other parents said about looking at equity cohorts instead of age for kiddos who are going to go back first. I mean, I can only speak for my own situation. We will not be going back this year no matter what. My children will not be going back to school, even though they are in TK, even though I am grieving their TK year. I am grieving the time that they do not have with Mrs. S, who is the best TK teacher in the district, in my humble opinion. And I am sad about that, and I cried about it a lot. And also, they're not going back because we can do it. And I know that there are students who cannot do it and whose families cannot do it. And I feel that there are fifth graders who are in gen ed who don't have support, And my children and my house, who are just by virtue of how old they are, who do have support, I don't feel like they are a priority over a child who is older but does not have support. Like maybe their parents are first responders, or maybe, you know, they don't have a good hotspot, or they don't have, you know, a real functional Chromebook. We do in our house, luckily. So, you know, we're gonna stay home this year, and everybody who can stay home this year should realistically look at whether they can stay home this year and leave space for the students who truly cannot stay home this year. And that those students are not all in TK and kinder. Many of them are older. So I'm not all, you know, I'm not gonna say all, but some of us need to really realistically look and think about whether we can make this sacrifice for other people who can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, Trustee Chin, we have gone through all the public comment.
Great. Before we close public comment, I'm going to give a few more seconds for anyone else who wants to raise their hand and provide any other comments. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Okay. I'm going to officially close public comment and call for board discussion. Usually we go alphabetically and I go first, but we're going to go popcorn style, and whoever wants to jump in, please go ahead.
I'm happy to kick us off. I have lots of things on my list here. You know, first, just thank you to, you know, everyone for being here tonight and for sharing your perspectives. As we hopefully, I think, have all gathered from this, these are not easy conversations, easy decisions. We are in unprecedented times. And I think it's important to continue to remind ourselves of that. And I think, as a couple of people said, that this, you know, there's no easy decision. There's no right decision, because as we've seen tonight, everyone has a different idea about what right is. I think what we as a board and as a district need to be able to commit to is ensuring that we're listening to all of our stakeholders, to ensure that we're using data to make decisions, to ensure that we're communicating with transparency, to continuing to ensure and prioritize equity, as we have said over and over as a board that we are committed to, and ultimately that we're making decisions that are in the best interest of our kids. Now, I think that means different things to different people and can potentially look different at this time. You know, and there's juxtaposing perspectives right now, right? It's true, this is really scary. It's true that distance learning is working for many families, but it's also true that we are not going to be able to stay home forever. For many of our students, this isn't working. And that we're within our district where we have begun to open, we haven't had outbreaks as of yet. So, you know, those are two opposing things that are all true and all happening at the same time. So just kind of opening with that, I think there are a couple of things just for clarity. I know that there's some frustration about the timeline that we're on right now. And I just did want to clarify that the board, when we voted about not opening until at least after fall break, it was not a vote to open after fall break. It was a vote to bring it back for discussion. And so I did just want to clarify that is what we are doing right now. I also wanted to just clarify what's happening around us. I think, as Dr. Rosas did at the beginning, very few of our peer districts are back now, right? So we are not unique in our area, in our state, in our country in terms of what's happening, right? The districts that are currently back have 3 times the amount of money per student to spend in a fraction of the students. So that doesn't mean we can't do it. it just means it's going to look really different. And so I think it's important to think about that, right? These are not kind of simple, like, well, this district's going back, and so that there's nuances. This is complex, and complex decisions are even more difficult. So, you know, the other thing I think that was brought up, which I think in an ideal world would be great, right? Give parents a choice about if they want to come back or not. If you don't feel comfortable, stay home. The challenge with that is, does that line up with giving teachers and our staff the same choice? And are those do those numbers align? And I don't think that they do. And so then what does that mean, and what does that look like when we're thinking about choice? So those are just a kind of a couple initial points. I did want to come back to kind of the equity discussion. You know, I feel like when we were talking over the summer, that was our grounding, you know, health and safety and equity, and we were grounded in that. This plan is still grounded in health and safety. I don't see equity as a driving factor as much. And so I think, you know, when we move forward in our next presentation, where we're going to dig into more details, I really want us to be thinking about the groups of kids that we are going to prioritize. I agree, we need to have a plan for coming back, and we need to prioritize. We can't just have everybody come back at once. I think that that would be a huge mistake. Who those kids are, we're going to be looking at data later on. I think it needs to be driven by data. I think we need to be using the data that we have to inform our decision making here. And so I'm a little concerned about, they're both part of this broader umbrella of equity groups, but there's a lot of kids right now whose needs we're not meeting. And so I think we need to be really transparent about how we're looking at that, what data we're using to make decisions about who we're bringing back, and be really strategic. And I appreciate, you know, Robin was the most recent person to speak, but I know there were a couple of speakers that talked about equity, but you know, I'm really grateful and appreciative for that perspective. You know, being about equity in practice is exactly what Robin said. It sometimes means you're giving something up so that somebody else can have something that they need more than you do. And I think that that is something we're going to have to remember, because as much as some of our kids might need that, and your kid might be one of the kids that really does, or you might fall into the category that Robin described, which is, yeah, they would really benefit, but I know that somebody else really needs that. Because I think realistically, if we're thinking about what this is going to look like for the course of the next couple of months, we're not going to be able to have every one of our kids back in school before the end of the year. I don't see that happening. That's ideal. We would love to be able to do that. I think everyone, you know, wants that to be the ultimate goal. I mean, think about kind of where we are and all of the factors coming into play. It's hard for me to envision that happening. So the equity piece, I want to make sure that we're bringing back, and we're really thinking about how we're using data to make decisions about who we're bringing back. I want to make sure that we're including information about progress monitoring in our presentations moving forward. So the plan is a part of it. I know I mentioned this in my questions, but then how do we know if that's working? And I think and how will we know if we know that it's working, right? What are the things that we're going to be utilizing to monitor that? I think is going to be huge. I think it's important for us to bring back our working groups. I think we need to bring back our TKK group, our SDC group, our equity. I don't remember every single name of every working group that we had, but to the extent that it applies to the groups that we're considering bringing back, I think we need to bring them back. I think we need to be talking to our teachers and staff first about, you know, all of the details and what this looks like. I then think, you know, that we need to be bringing in parent perspective into that. If we are bringing in parent perspective via survey data, et cetera, I just think we need to be transparent about how we're incorporating that into our plans. You know, there are lots of outstanding questions. You know, I am thinking about in SDC things like inclusion. What does that look like when kids are back on campus? Now it's kind of easy to move, not easy, but it's easier than if you're in person, right? To move in between classrooms. That looks very different when kids are back on campus. So I just, obviously I think we all know that there are some of those details that still need to be ironed out. And so I think bringing those working groups back is going to be really important. Another thing I would like to see us prioritize is just strategic communication. So I know, Dr. Rosas, I appreciate you sharing that you're going to be providing updates weekly. I think that's important. I envision almost like a calendar where that's shared, that outlines what communication is going to look like. When will stakeholder input be gathered? When will we inform teachers and staff about what's next? When will we inform parents and families? When can they expect to hear back? What can they expect to hear, right? What are our checkpoints and what does that look like? Because I think at least if folks know what those benchmarks are, what they can hear, when they can expect to hear it, it alleviates some of the unknown in a situation where there are so many unknowns. And so being able to be really clear, I might not like the decision or I might not like, but at least I know that I'm going to find out here and there's going to be a decision made here. And that's kind of the other thing I'll say just to the rest of the board that I've been thinking a lot about is, when we go back to school, I think we need to go back to having our board meetings in person because it's not fair to ask our teachers and staff to go back. I will be there with my newborn. And we are going to need to be spaced out. And I don't know what that looks like, but I think that we need to do that. And so if January 19th is our date, then we need to be ready to go back in person in January as well. So I think that's what I have for right now. I'm looking forward to hearing other thoughts.
Hi. I was just going to share. So this is hard for me. And I think when I have to make a hard decision, I kind of have to go back to why are we here and what is our purpose? And so I went back to the school district website and I looked at our vision, and the vision of our school district is the San Mateo Foster City School District educates, inspires, and empowers every student in every school every day to live, lead, and learn with integrity and joy. And so when I think about the situation that we're in, and I hear that, distance learning is going really well for certain families, I have to think that there are a lot of families where distance learning is not going well. And so, I don't think that at this point, it's really hard to say that we're doing this for every student at every school and every day. And I understand, I think that it's really important that we keep everyone safe and healthy, but there are students that are not doing okay, and there's families that are not doing okay right now. So it's my goal to find a way that we can get those kids back to school in a safe way with teachers that are able to come back to school, that are ready to come back to school. And so I really want to make sure that we are doing everything we can during this time to make sure we have everything we need. And I want to make sure that teachers and classified staff and administrators are all part of the site plan at their school, that we have buy-in, and that we are really hearing all of those voices, because these are the people that we are asking to come back to work. And, I can't stress that enough. I think that I really did like what Robin said about kind of stepping aside. If your kids don't need to be in school, then step aside and make room for those that do. There's a lot of complexity here, and I think that it's a tough decision for families, because you can't have it all ways. You can't send your kids back to school and say that you want to stay in the same classroom and you want the same teacher, because the numbers just won't work out that way. So every family needs to make the best decision for their family. And so, it's not an easy one. I know that there are, I think about myself, and I read the minutes, and I rolled my eyes on my own comment where I said that distance learning is going well. I think that must have been a good day. I had my bad days, my good days. And so I think as a mom with 2 kids, I'm struggling just the same as everyone, but I also think that there are people struggling more than me. And so, you know, that is my goal, is to get people where they need to be successful for the rest of this year, as doing as best as we can. Let me just see real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I think that Trustee Watkins said it pretty well. I think there's going to be, this seems like a very complicated plan. And so I think we just need to be very, very specific about who goes back and when. And I think we need to commit to a timeline. And if January 19th, the cases are out of control, then we make a decision at that time. But I do think we need to kind of set an expectation, march along, and do what we need to do to get there. And I know that this doesn't make everybody happy, but I'm just trying to do what's best for kids and what's best for our community, and you know, give everybody the best shot that they can. And so however we can do that, and again, like looking at the mission, we need to be providing a high quality and equitable education. So that doesn't mean everybody goes back to, like, going back to school may not be the best for everybody. So what I'm just trying to say is I understand how difficult this is. It's a very personal choice for every family, and I'm here to support in any way that I can. Thank you.
Oh man. We have all been dealing with this for almost a year. And there's not going to be a situation that makes everybody happy. I like how we need to prioritize what we really mean with the equity groups. I think regarding, Shara mentioned a calendar, and Allison mentioned a timeline. I have timeline down here too. It doesn't have to be concrete because the situation is not concrete. So the more information we can put out for parents and staff, the better, with the understanding that things may change. It sounds like there's a lot of staff that want to come back. So I would love another survey. I want to know what staff want to come back. I want to know what parents want to come back. I want to know what safety procedures and measures are needed. I want parents involved. I want to know, when should we submit this plan and it comes back in 2 weeks, what are the next steps? Like day one, you get it back, and then what? I would like that all ready to be written out. I understand the concern of it thinking like we should have had everything worked out. But just trying to get teachers to figure out the distance learning, they are putting so much extra time in there. And so I am concerned for them switching back to a hybrid or in person. Also, I know my comments are all over the place because I have like 13 tabs open. I think, yes, we need to have children, everybody, we all know children need to be in school, but we also need our teachers to be healthy and safe in order to provide care for the children. And so, yeah, I think we just, I want a plan. I want a timeline with everything that we've already mentioned. I want surveys in there. I want what groups and when groups. I believe students were already identified. So so much work was already done and research. Why aren't we using that to move forward? That's all I can say right now.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat what folks have already said, but I do agree that we need to get a date out there. I do think that the January date that has been recommended is the right one. I also want to just say that, you know, a few of our public comment speakers shared this, but school won't look like how it looked like before. You know, whenever we do go back, it's not going to be kids having fun on the playground, and everything will look different. And I think we have, you know, as we've been able to visit like the learning pods and, you know, visit classrooms over the summer, we see that, right? It's not a classroom with all of the kids, you know, in a circle on the carpet, you know, doing their morning meeting. It's kids with masks on, 6 feet apart at their own desk, looking at a computer. Obviously, you know, returning to school would be live instruction, and I do think, you know, that's what we want. But even that, it's not going to look how it did before. And I say that just to say that, you know, the way in which COVID has affected everyone's lives is really, it's not going away as quickly as we'd like. We all know that, but we definitely do have to prioritize our kids who are really struggling, and it's true, you know, this will have an impact on a generation of kids in our entire world, pretty much. But we are resilient, and kids can and do bounce back and learn. So I think in terms of the plan, I do think it's a good plan overall. I would like to see it submitted and see what comes back. We can definitely build from there. If you know, if I like Shara's idea about getting those groups running again, and you know, adding to the plan if necessary. I also understand that, you know, we can have a ton of different scenarios that come up, and you know, if there is a confirmed case, you know, we would have to deal with that appropriately. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
So I just have a few additional thoughts. One of the advantages of, I guess, going at the end is that a lot of other trustees have mentioned things, especially, you know, when we ask our families and our teachers to go back. I definitely do agree with Trustee Watkins that we definitely need to figure out how we are going to have our own board meetings as well in person. Obviously, we can't have large gatherings, so for all the 300 plus people on the line, that you won't all be able to attend. So we'll have to figure that out, because it is not fair if we ask teachers and families to come back and we don't meet ourselves. You know, this is a really difficult situation. I do think about, you know, again, why are we here? What Trustee Proctor mentioned before, you know, and how, what sort of grounds us in the decisions we make. It's difficult hearing us being compared to other districts and other counties and other issues that have happened around in the state. You know, schools that are back in session in the Midwest and back east have very different demographics than us. You know, Dr. Moreau on our Wednesday call told us that, you know, he believes that San Mateo County is actually doing a really good job on mask wearing, and, you know, compared to the rest of the country. You know, our numbers are declining. They expect us to be not in the red tier very long, probably moving to the orange pretty soon. And so, everything that San Mateo County has been doing has been really positive. It's tough when other school districts open. Granted, private schools can do what they want. Other local schools that have opened, Trustee Watkins is right. They have a lot more money than us. But it's hard. Hillsborough is our direct neighbor, but they also only have 600 kids in their district, which is smaller than, one of our schools. So it is, in that entire district, they can do things. They're more nimble. They're smaller. They have 4 schools. We're the largest school district in the county. We have 21 schools, 11,500 kids. Menlo Park is open, or they're planning to be open, but they have 3,000 kids. So it's way more difficult, I think, for us in some ways because we are different. And so when comparing us to other districts and comparing all the issues that have happened around the state or around the nation, it's hard because I think that we are different, and I think San Mateo County has been pretty good at trying to flatten the curve and, reduce the spread of the virus. With that being said, I would say that, our teachers and staff and everyone, both classified and certificated, have done amazing jobs, even the district office. I mean, over the summer, it was crazy. Every single week, there seemed to be something new that we had to deal with. But as we thought about, pushing everything past fall break, we knew that we would know more about COVID than we did, in August. And I think as we think about, opening in January, we'll also know way more than we do right now. So, I hear everybody's concerns. I hear it. It's all a balance. I think the teachers have done an amazing job at distance learning. And when we settled into distance learning, we tried to solve over the last few weeks, tried to make it better, tried to, bring in the learning hubs. We looked at, trying to reach out, build that community. We visited schools virtually, and we talked to principals about what they needed and how we can help. And, they talked about building the community. We've heard about our students who have major technology problems that can't even get on. And we've also heard from a lot of parents that, distance learning is either working great, and they feel safe and they're happy to be at home. And we've also heard the other side where it's not working at all. And it's a tough situation that we're in. But it's a balance, and I think we have to sort of balance everything out. I do think that it's not a matter of if we return, it's a matter of when we return. I think staff has proposed the January 19th, date, along with the reopening plan. I think that's personally fine at the moment. But what I'm really concerned is the logistics. We can set the date, but it's like, how are we going to get there? Specifically, some parents tonight raised the issue about, what are their teachers going to do? You build that relationship over months, and teachers build that relationship with their students to know what they're, how they will learn, what motivates them, how to get the best out of those students, even through distance learning. And then all of a sudden to say, hey, we're going to switch it up, and it's almost like we're going to start anew with new classes and new teachers. That's a very hard thing to do. And so logistically, I think we need to figure out how we're going to solve that problem, and whether or not we need to, the numbers are probably not going to work out for those families who want to keep distance learning and those who want to be in hybrid. And same with the teachers about those who want to stay home and those who want to go back. The numbers are not going to work out. It's not going to even out. It's not going to be perfect, but we do need to figure out how we're going to do that. Part of the problem with us in some ways is that we are privy to a lot of information. We get information on our Wednesday calls with all the rest of the San Mateo County electeds. We get sort of internal information about what the district is working on right now, but it's not public information yet. And so it's really hard to hear everybody and hear all the issues when we know that there are things that are happening, but it's not public yet. And so, I'm glad that the reopening plan has been publicized now, and that a lot of the work that's been happening over the last few months is now sort of public for public consumption. but the logistics of it, I am still concerned. There's so many different things of how, you know, in some ways we can fail. And, you know, I don't think we're going to be able to solve every single thing and resolve everyone's fear about coming back. But I think setting the date actually puts sort of a deadline in some ways to say, okay, this is our goal. This is where we want to be, and we want to bring kids back. And starting with the younger kids, kindergarten or TK, kindergarten, first grade, you know, I think that's the right way to do it, you know, and it's those grades and those families have a really hard time because it's not just those students who are trying to learn distance learning, but it's the families the parents who have to sit there if their parents are there or if their guardians are there and help. So, you know, I think that's sort of where I'm at. I also will just mention that I do think that, you know, when we talked about building a community and everything, I feel like we do need to make sure that our families do reach out and meet those teachers like in person. So I had mentioned at our last meeting that whether we have some sort of soft opening or something where, you know, the parents or the students can come in and at least meet their teachers, you know, when the classes are assigned, so they have like an idea where they're going. So it's not so they're not so anxious about it. I will say, you know, there's a lot that was said about the parent-teacher conferences that we've all had or that most schools have had right now. And it is interesting to hear about, you know, how your kids are doing or not doing. And I think that we do know that there are a lot of families and a lot of students who need help. And so I think the learning hubs will help in terms of looking at those vulnerable students, but it's not enough. I do think we do need to look at those other students who, you know, really need the help. I mean, those equity groups that we talked about, we really need to figure out how we're going to solve those, whether it's in the hybrid situation or whether it's still in distance learning. We just need to keep on moving and keep on progressing. So I think that's sort of it for me right now. I think that a lot of things have been said by the other trustees, and so I agree with them. At this moment, I know that President Corzo is still here, but or is here, but I know that we are looking for a motion to approve the submission, the reopening submission, and then to approve the January 19th start date. So assuming that Dr. Rosas and our district staff has everything they need in terms of our comments, we need to entertain a motion and vote on it.
Before we do that, I want to know, or is this the time to know that when can I expect what will happen when we get the approval? Like, I want next steps.
So already many of the details have been worked through, and you saw a lot of that in the spring and the summer and the fall. And then we'll find out if there's anything that needs to be added to this plan. We'll post it. Administrators will meet weekly. at the LTMs weekly so that we can start working through the pieces. They will work with their staff. And you've asked for schedules. I don't have them off the top of my head. We've already created a schedule for a series of surveys and informational pieces that have to be done. But I don't have them right here to share with you. You've asked for a communication schedule. That's the first that I'm hearing, that you want particular topics brought up at certain times, which we have not thought of it that way. We thought we would bring the most important topics that are coming up as they're coming up. So if you're asking for a strategic communication plan, I don't have that right now. So I've taken down all the things that you want, but I would not have all that information to give you right this minute.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that they're
everything that you all have said.
Fabulous. Thank
Dr.
you.
Roses, Dr. Roses, I would assume that, we're obviously going to be continuing this conversation, and our next board meeting is in 2 weeks. So for everyone who's listening and tuning in here, a lot of the comments that the board has had would probably have further details in 2 weeks. Would you say that would help answer Trustee Hitchcock's question?
Right. Yeah, and of course there's all the staff work that has to go on and the negotiations of the hybrid MOU. So there are many pieces that have to be worked through. So I don't have a particular schedule that I could give you right this minute. There is a lot to look at.
A lot, and you guys have already been doing so much. I just want to start seeing something concrete enough to be able to provide some sort of information, so I don't hear from everywhere, from all kinds, staff and parents and teachers, that they're not hearing stuff or that they're not involved, because we do say this is we're in this together, and so I really want us to be in there together. Is there a way to, looking at my notes from several months ago with parents asking to help, is there a website or some kind of where parents and teachers can put in ideas and suggestions? Because you guys don't have to do all the work. We've got a lot of parents want to help. Does that make sense? They have so many ideas, or what's working or what's not working. So perhaps that can be added. Just like a feedback.
Is there any other comments? We do need a motion for this item.
I'll motion to approve the plan and the start date of January 19th, I believe.
Do we have a second? Who's that? Trustee Hitchcock? Yep. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Trustee Corzo, President Corzo, and a second by Trustee Hitchcock. We'll go in alphabetical order on the vote. President Corzo?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, so we are now moving on to board item 6.2, request for professional services for the new school in North Central.
Okay, let me pull up my notes on that for a minute. On this particular item, the reason I wanted to bring it back is that we did send out the proposal that was approved by the board, and there were 3 interested parties. However, all 3 stated that the timeline listed in the proposal was unrealistic. And they also read in that proposal, you remember there was a statement that said that we'd have to have a special board meeting for any proposal that was over 45,000. And that's because you have to approve anything that's over 45. I can't sign off on something beyond that. So, but they perceived that as 45,000 is the cap for the project, and they didn't feel they could do the work in that budget range. So Assistant Sup Chambliss, David Chambliss, told all 3 parties just verbally that if they're interested, we would look at a timeline change, and 45,000, that was not a cap, that was my cap. And so I rewrote the proposal and attached it so that it was clearer how the how to, so that it was clear for any of the consultants. And after David Chambliss had talked with them, one consultant has said that they would be interested. So I just wanted to bring it back to you and share with you that we're extending the time, took those problematic statements out. And since we're redoing it and we're going to send it back out, did you have anything particularly that you thought of between the first one and this next one that you had wanted me to add or include? But we do have now interest, and we may have something to bring to you at the next board meeting in 2 weeks.
I had just one comment to add. If you're able to include in there that the consultants include their own proposed timeline, since you mentioned that they said that the one that was outlined before seemed unreasonable. So I'd just be curious to know what their proposed timeline is that they think is reasonable.
We can add that as one of the items we want to see in the proposal. Any other additions that, okay, then I'll add that piece and we'll put it out. And like I said, we already know that one consultant is very interested, and we may, I think, David, you said that they may be able to have it by the next board meeting. Was that right, or did I misunderstand you?
They assured me we had set the end goal of November 13th as we wanted all proposals by then, and they assured me that they would be able to submit by November 13th.
All right, so it wouldn't be the next board meeting, but your 19th, November 19th, you would have it. So we know we have one, and maybe we'll have more. So we'll send it back out. Thank you.
Great. Well, as this is an agendized item, is there any more clarifying questions? We do have a public comment. No other. So why don't we open public comment for this item if there's anyone who wants to speak. Thank you, Peter.
Okay. Anybody who would like to make public comment to the board about this particular item, please raise your hand now. Trustee Chin, there are no hands raised for public comment.
Okay. So I'll officially close public comment on this item. Are there any board comments, further board comments or questions? If not, we need a motion for this item.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended request for professional services for the new school in North Central.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins, for the motion and President Corzo for the second. Roll call vote. President Corzo?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, moving on to item 7.1, resolution number 1120-21, public hearing, sufficiency of instruction materials. And this is also up for a vote as well.
So on this one, trustees, you need to hold a public hearing. So you need to open the floor for a public hearing and then close it. And then David Chambliss is here to explain the sufficiency of textbooks for the vote.
Do we officially open up the public hearing? Is that how?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that?
No, you just open the public hearing, okay. And then we just ask if anyone has any statements around sufficiency of textbooks.
So I will officially open up the public hearing and ask public if you have any statements on this item, please feel free to raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And unless there's board comments or questions.
Trustee Chen, my apologies, I'm interrupting. We do have one hand up for comment on the public hearing.
Thank you. It's not on my screen. Please go ahead.
All right. Julia, bringing you in. And Superintendent Rosas, there is no time limit, or is there a time limit on our public hearings? I can't not.
Public hearing is the same as a regular board public comment.
Fantastic. So we'll be doing 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, Julia, bringing you in.
Hi, my name is Julia. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Audubon, 1st and 4th grade. Just by observing kind of the materials that the kids are using, we don't really have any, I guess, traditional textbooks that I would have normally expected to see. The 4th graders, the math book, the Zern book is, I would describe that more as a workbook. There's not an actual textbook, which, you know, has multiple topics and they're described, then followed with examples and problems and things like that. There's no materials necessarily to reference. If my child doesn't understand something and needs help, I don't really have anything to go back to and say, okay, let's go over this and let me try to explain this to you. There are a lot of different printouts and a lot of different handouts and various journals that seem to be stapled together by, like, there's just a lot of paper that the teachers have to produce and copy. And then, you know, we go to pick up every few weeks from school. So I was just curious if there's kind of, you know, what the thought process behind that is and kind of why that's the case. That's pretty much it on my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Okay, Danielle.
I did want to follow up on the comment about Zern. Again, at Audubon, like the previous speaker said, we don't really, I don't have any textbooks per se, and the only book was the Zern book, which is worksheets. And so if my daughter is not understanding something math related, I have nothing to reference to look at to help her, because she's doing activities on the Zern website, but not supposed to go ahead. So what she does in class, that's what she's done. I can't see it later. And the few things that I have read on Zern, I have to read it a few times to figure out what they want her to do. The wording is, to me, seems off, but you know, I haven't taken 1st grade math in a while. So, so yeah, just lots of worksheets, no real textbooks to reference. Thanks.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay, next we have is Marcella, and then after Marcella will be Steve. Marcella.
Thank you. I just wanted to express appreciation for the Spanish materials that were provided for Fiesta Gardens. We were recently able to pick up Spanish materials, so Spanish Zern products, which was a lot more effective in teaching and didn't have that discordant feeling that we had at the beginning with the Spanish teachers teaching in Spanish with English text. In terms of instructional materials, the only other aspect that I think continues to be lacking a little bit is social studies, and broadly, I think that, and would encourage the board to build in the ethnic studies proposal that you talked about, so that everything that we are taught, that our students are taught with regard to social studies, has a holistic and accurate and appropriate model for our students to learn from. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next we have Steve, and then after Steve will be Susan. Steve.
Hi, Steve is my husband. I obviously do not sound like a Steve, but this is Lauren. I just wanted to thank the board for their leadership and Dr. Rosas. I'm very happy with your leadership. I think you've done a great job. And also we're very pleased with distance learning. And I just wanted to echo that Zern is very difficult for parents when the kid does not understand something. It leads to a lot of tears when you have to go back through the whole video just so you as a parent can understand what was taught. Same happens with Twig. So some textbooks, even if it's just for the parents' benefit, would be really helpful, because if I don't listen myself to the teacher, I don't know what's been taught. And I just also wanted to echo the call for a social studies textbook. I think that would be really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Next, we have Susan. Susan, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Susan.
Okay. I am a parent of a middle school student who was recently signed a 181-page novel that was expected to be printed out as a PDF file or read on the screen. And so those assignments never got completed, unfortunately, because there was no hardcover book to actually utilize. I think to expect a parent to print out a 181-page PDF file was a little outrageous, and no notice that that needed to be purchased. I have done that in the meantime, but I just think that when in the English language arts areas, subjects, that if books are going to be assigned like that, that some notice or maybe even the provision of it, or even just the printout of it, whatever it takes to actually have a hard copy. It's quite a bit of a novel to be expecting a 7th grader to get through and then to complete assignments. So that would be my comment on materials for language arts. Any book that's assigned, a hard copy is provided, or at least find a way or notify a parent that it needs to be purchased. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, Trustee Chen, no other hands are raised at this time.
Okay, I will officially close the public comment period for this item and open it up for board discussion or comments. And if there's no board discussion or comments, we need a motion.
I thought we were going to hear from David. Is that not right? No.
I'm available if you want to give me.
Okay. Okay. No, sorry. I thought there was like more to it. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Director Chen, is that okay if I go ahead?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if the board wants, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, just let me just provide some framing comments for folks. So this is an annual process that all schools, all districts across the state engage in. The why of it is the result of legal suit that occurred quite a while ago, over a decade ago, where even within the same school district, it was determined that students at different schools had different kinds of access to instructional materials, either at the school or materials that they could take home. And so the state instituted, as part of the Williams settlement, this sufficiency of materials process. Essentially what it is designed to do is to guarantee that the district, through obviously our teachers, is able to provide every student with a set of instructional materials in the core content areas that students can use both in class and at home. The district identifies what those materials are It asks our teachers in a sort of survey format to confirm that those materials are available to students. And then both the site leader and the district confirm it, and then we report that to the county. So this is a resolution being brought to you that affirms that we have been able to provide those instructional materials. I would add that, you know, as some of the comments raised, we are in an extraordinary year in that respect, and the Williams process is different. We are challenged differently to ensure that materials are put in students' hands because of distance learning. I would just encourage those folks who spoke this evening, the circumstances they raise are significant, and I would urge them to work through their teacher and through their school's site leaders to see that those concerns are addressed. This Williams sufficiency process does not specifically speak to those kinds of circumstances. It's just basically establishing a floor that assures that all students have access to the same materials as defined by the district. So given that, we're providing or recommending this resolution to the board for your approval.
I motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you, President Corzo with the motion and Trustee Proctor with the second. Roll call vote. President Corzo?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yep.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well, with passing 5-0. So we will move on to item 7.2, distance learning program implementation and the 10th week update.
Okay, it's my pleasure to, with my colleague, Dr. Sarah Drinkwater, to bring to the board, as we have agreed on in our planning around distance learning and the hybrid model, that we would bring to you the 6-week update, which we did a month ago, and this is our 10th week update. Peter, go ahead if you would advance the slide. So you may recall from the 6th week progress monitoring that we provided you a very broad view and update looking at a broad set of indicators. We looked at what are the actual actions that we are implementing in distance learning. And we looked at those in terms of how they are impacting students' attendance and engagement, and ultimately student performance. For the 10th week progress monitoring, certainly as a result of the questions that you raised at that last report, we are narrowing our focus of this update much more specifically around the question of student attendance and engagement. And so we will be focusing on data that we have, evidence that we have about that. Peter, if you would advance the slide. Primarily, we'll be looking at the attendance and engagement data that we have through our student information system that's known as ARIES. And we'll review that data with you and then connect what we're seeing in that data back to a few specific actions that we are taking and implementing around distance learning support hubs, the re-engagement strategies that are occurring both at the site and the district level, and then also our efforts to provide tech support to our families. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to present that data to you.
Yes, thank you, David. And as he just mentioned, I will be walking through with you the data, but first wanting to share with you a little context because sometimes data can get a little confusing. So as we mentioned during the 6-week update, there is a new component to attendance taking in distance learning this year. And that is that teachers not only record that a student is present, but there is a determination made about whether the student is participating or not participating. And if a student is present but not participating, that is counted as an absence. However, information or that documentation and that rating can be changed throughout the week as student homework is turned in, because there are several ways that a student can participate. One of those ways is talking with the teacher. Another way could be participating in discussion, completing work that's assigned, participating in a small group lesson, those kinds of things. And so given this new component of attendance taking, staff is still developing consistency in this area. Peter? So we'll go through 3 definitions, and I want to take a little bit of time to make sure there is some clarity about the definitions, because the wording can make it a little bit confusing. So the term current chronic absenteeism relates to the student's absence in the first 33 days of school. So that's the data that we are sharing with you, the first 33 days. So a student who has missed 10% of 33 days or 3 days or more is in current chronic absenteeism currently right now. However, over time, if their attendance improves, they can fall out of this category. And the next term to be familiar with is current chronic non-participation. And as I mentioned, a student can be present, not participate in class, and then be marked as absent because of that non-participation. So current chronic non-participation is students currently did not participate in 3 or more days out of the first 33 days of school. It's counted as an absence, so it overlaps with the group, the first group that we just talked about. However, similarly to the above group, if students' participation improves, they too can fall out of this category. The final category, back one again, Peter, is confirmed chronic absenteeism. In the state of California, confirmed chronic absenteeism is if a student misses 10% of the entire school year. So with this group, if they have already missed 18 days already of the first 33 days of the school year, they have already met the floor of chronic absenteeism. They've already met 18 days or 10% of the school year. And even if their attendance improves, they cannot fall out of this category because they already met 18 days. So you might want to keep that close, those definitions close, to help you as we walk through these slides. So a couple of things to look at when you first view this slide is that we are looking at current chronically absent in the first 33 days of school, or the 7th week of school. And we're comparing 2019 with 2020. And through the slides of data, 2019 graph bars are always green and 2020 bars are always gold. And this slide is particularly looking at our racial ethnic groups. So if you gaze across the bottom from left to right, you can see the comparison of students in 2019 and 2020 and current chronically absent, meaning 3 days or more of absence in the first 33 days of school. So it ranges from 13% as a high in 2019 to 0% in 2019, and 2020, 15% is a high with a low of 0% over in the group with American Indian or Alaskan Native. Next slide, please. This next slide is the same, meaning that it is the same data from the previous slide, but what is added is a blue bar that adds the students who are non-participating. Again, if you remember, non-participation is a student is attending but not participating in class. And so the navy blue bar describes and adds to the data in 2020. So if you take a look at any of the groups of data below, you see the comparison with 2019 and then with 2020, and then added to 2020 or 2020 would be the addition students who are chronic non-participation. So this next slide is similar in organization, but it's looking at our vulnerable groups. So again, 2019 data compared with 2020 in gold. This is also looking at currently chronically absent students 3 days or more out of the first 33 days. But the groups that we're looking at are our vulnerable groups. In addition to note, these are not exclusive. So a student could be counted in the foster youth group as well as in the English learner group. So they're not, it's not exclusive. So again, a range across when you compare across the 2 years. Next slide. Again, following the same organization when we added the navy blue graph bar of the chronic non-participation, and that is in 2020. So for explanation, if you look at the foster youth, 25% are currently chronically absent and have been in the first 33 days of school. And in addition, 25% more are chronic non-participators. You can see quite a difference in the homeless group, SED, English learners. So you see larger percentages with chronic non-participation. Next slide. This is looking at the data just in slightly different groups. These are the grade bands that we had originally showed you at the 6-week update, and decided it would be helpful to provide that as well again. So 2019 is the green bar, 2020. The grade band 7-8 is on the left, TK to 3 is on the right, and then grades 4 to 6, or in the middle is TK to 3, and on the right is grades 4 to 6. So again, currently chronically absent. So then on this slide, we add the chronic non-participation alongside the data from 2020. So you can see that in grades TK to 3, there is it's the largest group of non-participators when you break them down by grade bands as a percentage of their, the number of students in that grade band. So now we're going to walk through the same data and looking at confirmed chronically absent students. So again, the definition of confirmed chronically absent are those students who have already met 18 days of absence, which is 10% of the full year of 180 days. And they have met those 18 days of being absent in the first 33 days of school. So across the bottom are our racial ethnic groups. And then green 2019, data from 2020 is gold. So the next slide is looking at the same data with the vulnerable groups: foster youth, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, special ed, etc., with the same comparisons. So these are confirmed chronically absent, already missed 18 days of school. And this is the same data by the grade bands: grade 7-8, TK to 3, and then grades 4 to 6. So missing 18 days in the first 33 weeks of, or 33 weeks, 33 days of school for 7 weeks. So I'll now ask David to continue with the slides.
Thank you, Sarah. So we of course anticipate you may have some questions which will bring us back to those charts, but we wanted to share some additional information with you and then of course entertain any questions that you have. So, you know, beyond the fact that there is some clear patterns of absenteeism and non-participation, which do align with what we might describe as historically predictable equity challenges. We also want to acknowledge that in, you know, prioritizing that we need to address those, and we need to address them immediately and through distance learning as we go on through the year, reminding you that even in the elementary level, when we move to the hybrid model in January, that still includes 3 days a week of distance learning. So we are still going to be looking at these same data basically throughout the full year. But we wanted to make the other point that you know, while there are important and urgent issues that we want to address, this data, particularly right now, serves as a baseline. And it allows us to say, okay, well, given this performance that we see, what would we expect? What are our targets for improvement? So again, let me kind of take a minute to go through these carefully, because again, the words can trip us up a little bit. So for students identified as currently chronically absent, what we would like to see is a decrease in that absenteeism, essentially to the percentage of students who are identified as confirmed chronically absent. So the point there is with that group that's confirmed, we can't go any lower. We could potentially go higher, which we'll address in a minute. But from a chronic absenteeism point of view, we can't go any lower than whatever the percentage is for confirmed chronic absenteeism. So for example, our homeless youth are showing a current chronic absenteeism rate now. That's the 3 or more days out of the first 33. We want to see those kids fall out of that identification by becoming regular attenders to the point that we get down from 36.1% to 7.4% by the end of the year. Again, it's not possible to go any lower than that by the definitions of these identifiers. So basically, the idea would be that we would reduce by 58 students the number of students identified as chronically absent to down to knowing we can't go any lower than the 15 homeless youth that are already defined as confirmed chronically absent. Then in the area of current chronic non-participation, it's essentially the same idea. We want to decrease the students who are identified as current chronically non-participating down to the same percentage as in the confirmed chronically absent. Again, remembering that current chronic non-participation is counted as an absence. So here we're connecting that to an attendance target by saying, for example, for homeless youth, we want to decrease the percentage of homeless youth that are currently chronically non-participating from 25.4% to 7.4% by the end of the year. This would mean a reduction of 37 students in this category, again, to that floor below which we can't go, which is the 15 students. And then in the area of confirmed chronic absenteeism, our target would be, well, we don't want to see any increase. We want to make sure that our interventions, stop the number of students who fall into chronic absenteeism, such that by the end of the year, in the case of homeless youth, we would want to make sure there are no more than the 15 students who, as of this date, are already confirmed chronically absent. So in light of those targets, Peter, go ahead if you would. Let's talk a little bit about the strategies that we see addressing these. You may have noted that perhaps some of the most surprising information to us is the fact that overall our attendance rate is in many of these groups is approximately the same as it was last year under so-called normal school conditions. So what we're finding is kids are attending at basically the same rates, at least as indicated by chronic absenteeism, as students were attending last year. But what we have is this additional indicator of students who are there but actually not participating. So how do we think about obviously improving the attendance indicator, but also that set of students who are there but not participating, meaning they're not quote speaking up in class, they're not engaging in the chat, they're not completing the assignments that are given to them on a given day. So importantly, and we've already spent some time on this, I would just say the Learning Support Hub strategy is an important strategy. It's an opportunity to take students who might simply turn their computer on at home and then not really engage. If we have them in the Learning Hub, we have supports for them, and there's an opportunity for them, of course, to complete assignments and otherwise participate in the class. As Dr. Rosas noted earlier, there's a variety of learning hubs, which at this point serve approximately 500 students. And certainly a next step for us is to go into this attendance and non-participation data and do a kind of by student analysis and see how many of these students are actually in our learning hubs. Are we capturing the right students in that respect? That's right in quotations, of course, but we want to make sure that those that are struggling with attendance and participation are being provided supports, for example, like these learning support hubs. Peter, if you go on to the next slide. And then, of course, there are the site re-engagement strategies for these specific students. So again, we want to be really clear with our families, with our sites, which students, which families are showing up here. And we want to make sure that there is continues to be outreach and communication with those families to highlight the concerns about attendance and or non-participation. Some of these strategies we shared with you at the last update, so I won't go through them all. I would just add that that leadership is taking a particular focus on strengthening the quality. This is the second to last bullet of what we generally call the care teams. Some schools call them different things, but it's basically the process by which our staff organize and meet with families and students and identify the interventions that they need. We would also just sort of add that, thankfully with Measure V, we've been able to add additional school counselors. And so that's just another cadre of folks that we have this year that are available to, particularly in this case, to address homeless and foster youth and serving as liaisons to their schools. And then when we talk about the district supports, I mentioned that we want to make sure that we're supporting sites with data analysis to match, who are these students, student by student who are chronically absent or chronically non-participating. How are they showing up in your site re-engagement strategies? And how are they connecting with the supports like our distance learning hubs? We also, of course, have some enhanced district homeless foster youth supports this year. Actually, that, as well as newcomer supports, and these are some of the resources that we have that are strengthening those. And then, in a moment, I'll go in. Of course, there's also the tech support work, because we do have students who are not attending based on tech challenges. So we want to talk about those too. Peter, if you would go on. So more specifically, just to delve a little bit more into the technology supports, when we last came to you, I think we had just moved from the team of 8 to add 3 temporary contractors who have just been dedicated full time to following up on our tech help tickets and really problem solving the technical issues. So that group, along with our staff of 8, have been tackling those. I just want to note that that we've been using Google Forms for the tech help system, and since July, we've had approximately 800 tickets submitted for this school year. We do want you to know that there is some challenges in a system that's built on Google Forms that do present, some challenges in terms of our ability to know, well, how quickly did we follow up and resolve? And so you'll see in a moment, we're recommending, as we raised before with you, moving to a sort of a more robust tech help system. Just to give you a sense of what we're finding in engaging with families around the tech issues, you can see, certainly the largest challenges are difficulty with the Chromebook. Either they don't have one, although we've pretty much solved this, or there are problems with the Chromebook. And then the other, as we mentioned to you in the last update, is hotspots. Again, it can be we have hotspots, but we can't get the connectivity through them that we need to participate in distance learning, or we still don't have a hotspot at home. And then you can see some of the other challenges, Google Meets, where perhaps kids unfortunately drop out and they can't get hooked back in. But this is sort of the range of issues that we're encountering and in the process of solving. We also thought it might be interesting for you to see how the number of tech tickets is distributed by school. We might walk in with some assumptions of where we might see more requests for tech support coming than others. It's just interesting how it plays out. It sort of can defy some expectations or assumptions that we might make. And lastly, Peter. So just to clarify, where we know we need to continue to go, as I mentioned, we do need to complete the implementation of this new help desk system that Peter and team have identified, which will allow us to be more efficient in responding to the tech requests. And also importantly, from a monitoring point of view, it's going to give us better metrics. And we can come back to you with more, well, I would just say sort of with better data that has fewer holes in it, and in our ability to talk about, well, are we making progress in tackling the connectivity and device challenges that families are experiencing. We want to continue to do the work of building a technical support line for families. That's a just in time. I can call in and I can access more immediate support over the phone primarily. And then we do need to go back and continue to work on, where we have families saying they need hotspots, and where we have data that says, well, we think you have a hotspot. So there's continued work that needs to be done around that, just to say some of the progress in resolving some of those issues may not come until we actually can get more hotspots or additional Chromebooks at sites to sort of swap out when a Chromebook fails on us. So in any case, we need to continue to do the data work around that. So we'll pause there. Sarah and I, of course, are available for any questions and any comments that you would care to make at this point.
Thank you for the presentation. Just to pick up on that, like one of the last things I heard you say, what do we still need hotspots in Chromebooks?
Yes, we do. We either because we have faulty hotspots that need replacing, or we have families. Just to draw the contrast between Peter can correct my vocabulary here, but the flow demand from last spring to now, we were much more asynchronous last fall. Now we're intensively much more synchronous, and the demand, especially in families where there are 2 or maybe 3 students who are using a single hotspot, it should be enough, but we also know that there's challenges, for example, in our Laurel area where the cellular signal is also problematic, and even if having a hotspot, it's not enough. So we are still solving those problems. Again, I would take you back to the attendance data to say we have students who are missing school. Interestingly, because of connectivity issues, it doesn't present as more than we experienced with attendance last year, but nonetheless, we have attendance issues and at times non-participation because of connectivity issues.
Thanks.
Just to follow up on that Chromebook question, we were expecting an order of Chromebooks to arrive in October. Did we receive those yet, or are they still being delivered?
Actually, the hoped for date was early November, as it turned out, and we have not received those yet. We're still at the mercy of the market and the challenges of that.
Right, thank you. Any other board clarifying questions?
Yeah, sorry. Do we have a number on how many we need?
I mentioned that we have a little bit of a mismatch in terms of we through one data collection process, we thought we had about 100 that were still needed. And that doesn't quite line up with the survey data that's in ARIES. So that's part of the clarifying we're trying to do. In any case, the number we've ordered will more than suffice whatever need there is out there. So we're just anxious to get the order.
I had a question. So most of my questions were going to be, you addressed a lot of it already. We're going to be around kind of how learning hubs are, if at all, impacting this. So I'm glad to hear we're going to be kind of doing that analysis. What is the timeline on that? When do you anticipate that information will be available?
Yeah, my goal would be actually to have it for you at the 14th week update, so we could see the cross. At the very least, we can do it pretty quickly with the call it our own learning hubs, those hubs that are staffed and assigned by us. So that would be the ones that Sue and Joan spoke to earlier. The community, we just have an extra step there of making sure we have the accurate information of which kids and things like that. That would be the only chunk that we might have a little more difficulty getting the information on.
Okay, thank you.
I have just one question. It was on the, it was just really quick on the charts where you layer in the chronic non-participation percentage. Are those same kids also in the gold column as well for the currently chronically absent?
They're additional. They're in addition to.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
So it's the non-participation percentage added on top of the gold. So you get the total there.
Like, okay, so then just to clarify, so for example, on the slide, I don't know the number, but where it shows the blue column, the gold column, and the green. So like Hispanic and Latino, there's 318 students in the gold column and 791 students in the blue column. Those are not, 791 doesn't include the 318. So we're talking like,
no, it does include them.
Oh, it does. Oh, okay, thank you.
473 more.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I just want to make sure I was understanding that.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. It's important to get that clarified.
Any other board clarifying questions? Okay, I have one clarifying question. At the beginning of the year, when we looked at absenteeism, I know that that there were a number of students who were enrolled or still enrolled in our system because private schools, and they opted to go to private school. It didn't start till 2 or 3 weeks after we started. Did we remove those students from our enrollment and so they're not counted here as being absent, or did we, or are they included in these numbers?
We have not seen that much phenomenon this year in the month of August, where students started the year with us and then went, to a private school. But if those students were disenrolled during the, time of this data, then their data would not be included.
Okay. So, okay. All right, thank you. Any other
because it's
clarifying?
enrollment in the first 33 days of school.
Yeah, thank you. Any other clarifying questions?
Yeah, I thought on these distance learning updates for, was it 4, 6, 10, and 14, that included surveys to families.
No, it would be, our families already have given us feedback about survey overload. No, the intention is that we be looking at different, we want to be able to focus. So the first update in the 6-week, yes, that was grounded in family surveying. But to come back 4 weeks later and just do it immediately then was not our intention. We talked about wanting to be able to focus at subsequent updates. Now, to say we will come back at a point probably on the other side of the 14th week with another broad view using survey data. We actually have taken the expectation of regular monitoring updates beyond the 14th week. So we will come back to that, but it will be a little more episodic, and in between we'll zero down on some particular implementation or outcome challenges that we want to talk with you about.
Great, thank you.
Great, so shall we open up public comment for this item? Please, Peter.
Okay, for anybody who would like me to make public comment on this particular item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay. Currently have one, Trustee Chin, time 3 minutes.
Please.
Okay. Randy?
Hello, good evening again. And thank you for this update. I always look forward to these, and I didn't have time or a chance to say earlier that I'm really grateful. I've said this before, but I'm really grateful for how distance learning has been rolled out. And I just can't imagine it being done better in the amount of time. And I think distance learning has been really good, as good as could be. expected for my kids. So with respect to this update, you know, obviously it's difficult for kids to learn when they aren't attending school or at least logged into school online. And so measuring attendance is super important. And another thing that I've been interested in, and I kind of thought would be captured in some of these updates, would be getting a measure of where students were academically. And that was something that that you all were hoping to measure and obtain early on in the year in order to understand learning loss and to, you know, so teachers could also develop plans for remediating that for students in need. And as I understand, I thought that that measurement is something that could be accomplished through Zern for the math side of things and possibly through RAS Kids, maybe for the ELA side of things. And if possible, I wonder if David Chambliss could speak to, are those results going to be available and when those might be available, and especially if those are going to be reported out publicly by subgroups. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay. Trustee Chin, I see no other hands at this time for public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and go back to the board for closing comments and questions. Closing comments.
David, will you respond to Randy's question about how we're capturing that information?
Sure. Yeah. So we hope to begin to roll out that academic performance data to you in the 14th week update. Just needing that time to ensure that we had completed the first round of sort of baseline assessment. So that will start on the 14th, and then subsequent updates from there.
I just to follow up on the Learning Hub piece, just some of the questions that I have swirling around that I think would be helpful as we're pulling that data. You know, obviously, I guess if we do the side-by-side analysis of kids and learning hubs, I'd be really interested to know if any of the kids that are showing up on our list as not attending or not being present are also in learning hubs. And if so, are we seeing, you know, certain ones where that's disproportionately happening or not? And, you know, and then who are the kids that we're still missing? And then, you know, I'm hopeful that we can get that data soon, because I do think, you know, to kind of some of the things that I raised in the reopening plan, I do hope that that would inform our strategy around reopening and who we need to prioritize. And that might pan out by grade level to some extent, and likely there will be other considerations that we'll need to take into account. And so I'm definitely really interested to see that. I'm also curious to know, I know we heard a public comment earlier around kids that were offered spots but weren't able to take them. So I'm also curious to know, kind of in that analysis around students that we have been identified but haven't found their way into learning hubs. So those are just kind of some of the pieces that, as we're engaging in that analysis, that I think will be really helpful in order to kind of drive decision making. Thank you, Randy, for asking about that. I am looking forward to starting to get some updates around performance and how kids are doing and that piece of things. I know one of the things that I was asking a lot about over the summer was kind of baseline data and where are our kids. And so I don't feel like at this time I have like a good pulse on that. And I'm not sure, you know, how teachers and staff and everyone's feeling about a pulse on where our kids are. But I think that's obviously hugely important, right? Getting kids to you know, we're talking about just discrepancy and disparities around who's there, but then out of the kids that are present and participating, how, you know, what does that mean in terms of academic growth, etc. So many pieces to consider, and thank you for continuing to include and incorporate all of those as we navigate these uncharted waters.
I'll just follow up. I'd also like to just find out whether or not any of the of our students who are absent or non-participatory attending but non-participants, whether or not they are in any of our learning hubs from our community partners. You know, I think it would be great to find out whether or not, you know, if the student is actually at one of our, you know, partners learning hubs and they are not participating as much, is there something in that environment that we can, you know, suggest to our partners or something for that particular student? So, but overall, thank you for the presentation. I don't think we need a motion or anything here. Does anybody have any last comments before we move it to the next item? No? Okay, thank you guys. We are moving on to item 8, board member statements and requests for future agenda items. Anyone want to go first?
Guys, tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. for the Ed Foundation Gala. Make sure you're registered.
How do you find out where to register?
Go to the district homepage, the Ed Foundation homepage, the district Facebook page, the Ed Foundation Facebook page. You can go to my Facebook page, all the places.
Will there be ice cream there?
If you have some at your own
UYO ice cream. It's a virtual gala. Trust you, Chin.
But there will be amazing items up for bid, possibly some places to get away near and far.
Great. Just 2 things that I was going to announce. They want to wish everybody an early happy Halloween because we won't be meeting until afterwards. San Mateo County did come out with a great guidance. San Mateo County Health Department came out with this really good PDF. I don't know whether or not we should circle that around, but it talks about, you know, high risk activities versus low risk Halloween activities. The other thing I wanted to mention was I hope everyone remembers to vote because next time we meet, it will be after the election. And I think that is it on my comments. All right, so why don't we move on to future meeting dates?
Oh, not future agenda items?
Future agenda, or well, same thing, request. Well, I asked for the same thing. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Hitchcock. Future agenda items.
I didn't say I had one, I just wanted to.
All right, we haven't had a late meeting in a while. So let's move on to future meeting dates, please.
So there's a listing of future meetings for you on your packet, and I won't go through it because of the late hour.
Great. All right, so we need a motion to adjourn, but we are adjourning back to closed session through our Google Meet links. So if you guys all just go back to that. Do we have a motion for adjournment and continue to, do we motion to adjourn and continue? We motion to
Adjourn and then continue into closed session.
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins for the motion and Trustee Hitchcock. Roll call vote. President Corzo?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes from me. We will adjourn the meeting and continue our closed session discussion. Thank you, everybody.
See you all tomorrow.